Welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. I'm your host Mikey, a freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. And today, we continue our first playthrough of Final Fantasy XVI. We are heading into the final act of the game. We've been through so much, and it has been such an epic experience, and I'm glad you are all here for it. Thank you for your support, and thank you for being here. Great to see you, Do the Deer. How are you doing today? We're just taking it slow. We just finished a bunch of side quests yesterday, and while waiting for the others, let's go ahead and read through some lore entries for maybe 15 minutes or so. We'll start questing at 9 p.m. I do want to check out some lore entries. But we got rid of another S-rank hunt mark. Our hunt board is clear for now. That is pretty cool. It took us less tries than the Fallen Iron Giant, so that is pretty cool. What is it going to do again? Right, lore. Are you going through those Reddit threads again that some people you just cannot help, Izzy? But I guess there's a certain satisfaction to seeing those kinds of people flail about and not go anywhere. Crystallizing people as edgy, it's like, what? That is just, well, I will admit, I think a lot of people have lost the ability of critical thinking. Like, of course, I could use more work in terms of critical thinking, but I've just seen a lot of people, you know, I mean, that's their take. As long as they don't prescribe it onto other people, like, because they have different levels. For some people, it is absolutely genius. For others, it's like, oh, that is so boring. So, you know, we all have our different thresholds. We all have our different tastes. As long as this person is not saying that, like, this is edgy. It's like, it's edgy for you, okay? Like, some people are more sensitive, I guess.
Did you see the pair that got hauled into tires?
Also, yeah, it adds some weight. Edginess can add that weight to it. What is that person saying? Was he saying that it's not weighty? Was he using edgy in a derogative manner? Or did he just simply mean that, oh, it's pretty dark? I don't know.
Seems the hideaway is lost.
But yeah, I like Dragon Age and this for exploring the cost of magic.
I was wondering when next you'd visit. I have a few new notes that might interest you.
Yeah, welcome in. We are just about
If you have a
to
question
continue
for
with
me,
the side quest,
I
so
should
the
be
main
happy to
quest.
answer it.
But I wanted to update Harpocrates and check out a few more entries. I know there are a lot, but relevant topics. I like that there's a relevant topics. You're not like overwhelmed by the hundreds of lore entries. It's just what would be nice to know now. So Tabor. I guess let's read the latest one. I know, Origins, Haven, basic information. We are currently in Tabor, where we reunited with Yota. Subsequently, Your Grace sent Yota back to this place. I have not seen her yet around the hideaway. Tabor, an ancient settlement in central southern Dalmekia that seems to cling to the very cliffs which dominate the landscape of the region. Its proximity to the free cities of Canver gives Tabor a ready market for the high-quality leather its tanners produce, as well as the salt and minerals mined from beneath it. The town's long history of isolation, however, has clouded the hearts of its residents, and to this day, many remain unwelcoming to outsiders. A haven for the undying. an ancient settlement in central southern Dalmatia that seems to cling to the very cliffs which dominate the landscape of the region. Its proximity to the... It's the same thing, just slightly updated. Proximity to the free cities of Canver, Ready Market, Tanners, as well as slightly different, as well as the salt and minerals mined from beneath it. Unbeknownst to its citizenry, it is from here that, since the fall of Rosalith to the Empire, the secretive coven of ducal loyalists known as the Undying have carried out their duties to the Phoenix. A settlement in central southern Dalmatia that seems to cling to the very cliffs. It is famed for its leatherworking, the signature stench of its tanneries ever prevalent in the canyons that lead in and out of town, and as such, skilled craftsmen abound, transforming hides into all manner of wondrous creations. Thank you for the follow. Holy crap. Final Fantasy will forever hold a special part in your heart and mind. Beautiful storyline with mouth-clenching drama. I like the sound of that. Master Ramen Pork. I'm starving now for ramen and pork. Thank you so much for having an awesome username. Welcome to the channel. If this is your first time here, hi, I'm Mikey. I'm a freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. And I will admit to you today that I have not played that many Final Fantasies. I've only finished 7, 8, 14, and I played a bit of 9. So 16 is a big departure for me in terms of aesthetic, but currently, I'm not even done with it yet. It is currently my favorite. Well, I guess... Well, I have a lot of memories with 14, but this is from the same creative team as 14, so I guess I love what the team has put out. Creative Business Unit, what number was it? Is he Creative Business Unit 2? I'm not sure. Anyway, FF14 team worked on this. I love it. Have you finished this game, Ramen Pork? Do I call you Ramen? Do I call you Master Ramen? Or just Master? Hi, Master. Have you finished Final Fantasy 16 yet? We are at the part... I think we're at the tail end of it. So, just in case for people who've just come in, major spoilers ahead. Just reading some lore entries while waiting for a few friends to come in and until we continue this drama. And you were talking about excessive suffering on top of all the other stuff. You know, again, with the lines and thresholds, this person, you just have to accept that they have a certain limit of suffering. Like, what is excessive suffering to me? I think I can take a lot in fiction. I can really take pretty much anything in fiction. Nothing will really seem excessive to me. But, you know, to some people, it's excessive. Sure, I can understand that. But we can't also tell them, like, you can't really tell everyone to, like, oh, harden up, toughen up, man. Because some people are just, whether it connects to maybe a past trauma that they had. You know, I'm reading into it too much, but who knows? It might be related to something subconscious that they're not aware of. You know how people have triggers, right? So, you know, we can't really make fun of them or tell them that they're wrong. For them, it is excessive suffering. But you can tell them that they are wrong when they start telling others that this is excessive to you. It's excessive to you. Not to me, not to Izzy, not to other people. 16 got me going on a political war drama binge. You've been playing Tactics Ogre Reborn. How is that held up? Tactics Ogre Reborn. Director inspired Creative Business Unit 3. Matsuno is the director of it. Got it. Master Pork Ramen. Welcome in then. You played all of them. Okay. Dare I ask, what is... It's like choosing from your favorite children. Off the top of your mind, what is your current favorite Final Fantasy? Go. Okay, so what was I saying? Tabor. We were reading about it is famed for its leatherworking, the signature stench of its tanneries, ever prevalent in the canyons that lead in and out of town, and as such, skilled craftsmen abound, transforming hides into all manner of wondrous creations, and surprisingly, without the use of crystals. Tabor was founded by the so-called Guardians of the Crystal, who were later joined by nomadic people and hunter-gatherers, creating a rich, mixed culture which gives the town its unique flavor. It was those same hunters whose skills were employed to gather the raw materials on which the leatherworking industry was built. Who are the Undying? The next relevant entry in our current story arc. Oh, 9. 9 is your favorite. Okay, nice. I really enjoy the aesthetics of 9. I just got distracted by other games, but I will say, yeah. I grew up with 7 and 8, but I'm partial to the aesthetic of 9, 16, tactics, like straight up like medieval fantasy. I love it. Tactics Ogre could be made today. People still think it's impressive. Reborn. Currently, you're leaning towards thinking it's better than FF Tactics, which is incredible. Surprising, F Tactics is strong. I see. Yeah, didn't they... You were talking about Tactics Ogre Reborn. So that's like a remaster, right? Would you recommend someone play FF Tactics before Tactics Ogre? I know they're not related, but in terms of like experience, like would you tell people to play Tactics first or FF Tactics or Tactics Ogre first? They rebalanced a lot. And I guess Tactics, it doesn't... Technically, we don't really have a remaster or rebalance for Tactics, so maybe it might make more sense to go with Tactics first and then go with the remaster of Tactics Ogre, maybe. Something that is more up to modern standards, quality of life, better balance, stuff like that. Okay, The Undying. A secretive order who serve the lords of Rosaria from the shadows. They revere the mighty Phoenix and its dominant, and once presided over the rites of ancestral communion at Phoenix Gate. Few outside the order know of its existence, even among the highest-ranking members of Rosaria nobility. And to this very day, with Rosaria reduced to a mere imperial province, they continue to serve the rightful keeper of the flame, His Grace Joshua Rosfield. We have Yota, a member of the Undying, a secret society sworn to protect and serve the Rosfields of Rosaria and the dominant of the Phoenix, who is always born in their line. After her order rescued Joshua Rosfield from the ruins of Phoenix Gate and nursed him back to health, Yota was tasked by her order to accompany and protect him on his journey to uncover the truth of Ultima. Cyril, who we just met, who is totally like an assassin in Assassin's Creed, a senior member of the Undying known as the Bearer of the Burning Quill, who coordinates his order's research into Ultima from their headquarters in the Dalmatian village of Tabor. At his liege lord Joshua's command, he lends his and his order's strength to Clive. The Free Cities of Canva, I did wonder what these were. It's a different nation altogether. The Free Cities of Canva, a federation of neighboring independent city-states located to the southeast of the Dalmatian Republic. While originally part of Dalmatia, the cities achieved their independence in the year 857, hoping to step away from the Republic's internal struggles and focus instead on the commerce upon which their prosperity had been built. Political power currently resides with the Council of Guild Masters, prominent Canvarian traders and craftspeople. The lack of a dominant or a mother crystal to covet, along with its considerable financial resources, allows Canver to retain both its independence and neutrality in the face of considerable turmoil elsewhere. Also, the University of Canver is here, and it makes sense. You don't have a mother crystal to depend upon. So I guess science and technology influence is probably stronger here. As such, it lacks a standing army, the defense of its walls having been relegated to a small yet well-trained city guard, which unfortunately spelled disaster for the Free Cities as they are currently under siege. The Republic Parliament, the highest council of government in the Republic of Dalmatia. 7 ministers are responsible for ruling the nation. After the death of Hugo Cupo and destruction of Drake's Fang, the Republic descended into chaos, and it fell to the ministers to pick up the pieces of their crumbling country, where they were summarily executed by the Dominant of Darkness, Odin's Dominant, Barnabas Tharm. Lots of things happened. Fun. So those are the relevant topics for our current arc.
Did you
Lovely.
learn everything you needed?
There's a lot to learn, Hippocrates, but we must begin our quest. Oh, I have a letter.
Is a storm coming, Sid?
You think Tactics Ogre is the better choice? Tactics unfortunately adds in summons as a threat, largely about political war drama. Ogre doesn't seem to make that mistake. Okay, they keep it grounded. Tactics is still a 10 over 10. Ogre is definitely more challenging though. What FF16 does better than FF Tactics is it introduces Ultima shy of halfway in the game, keeps building towards him in his place in the world. Yeah, I loved Ultima's reveal, and slowly, like the threat, the mystery. I feel like he is threatening, and he is relevant. And I am scared of Ultima, so that's a good building of a villain currently, and I'm hoping they don't drop the ball. We'll see. You have a beautiful voice. Thank you, Master Ramen Pork. I'm very flattered. That really means a lot to me because I honestly don't like hearing the sound of my own voice, and it was one of my biggest insecurities coming into the world of streaming. Well, we've been almost streaming for 2 years now, and I've gotten used to it more or less, but there's still room to grow. Thank you so much for being here and the follow again and your kind words. Lichcast, you've made it. We were just talking to Tomes about the relevant lore entries. We also we defeated the dragon, by the way. We defeated the dragon. We finished all the side quests. There were some nice bits with Charon. I think we kind of finished Charon's current arc. We've revisited Charon's past. Charon used to be an arms dealer who, in summary, she used to be an arms dealer who didn't care who her weapons went to. All she cared about was Gil. And so, she made a lot of enemies until a certain someone named Sid made her a promise made her an offer she couldn't refuse. To sell to him and him only, but guaranteed profits and riches. So Sid leveraged that against Charon to rope her in. And ever since joining these people, Charon has slowly begun to change. She regretted her past actions, and we helped address one of those by taking out one of her rivals, who was actually the one that took her eye out. Charon has a prosthetic eye, so the whole quest was about an eye for an eye. You got recruited to a tournament tomorrow? Oh, you need the rest for that. Hopefully hope the steak was also recharging. Happy birthday again to Licharts. The steak looked absolutely delicious. Good luck with the tournament tomorrow. Which army are you bringing in? You think Ultima is actually an excellent villain? No surprise Necron reveals, etc. Well, we don't know yet. We haven't finished the game, so I was bracing for who knows? They might like throw a curveball and then everything will fall apart. Don't tell me. It's just rhetorical. I'm very sensitive to spoilers. You don't mean to call out FF9, but can't help using as reference. Is it because they did a surprise reveal on FF9 and then like it ruined it for you? Steak also has a cost, which is why you must rest. Yes. Caradron Overlords. Is this Age of Sigmar? Or is this a different war game? Sorry, I was going to read a letter.
Did you see the pair that got hauled into time?
The Sky Dwarfs. Sky Dwarfs. That sounds amazing. Whenever I think of dwarves, I always think of the mountains. So Sky Dwarves sounds pretty badass. Do you mind if you join your Final Fantasy chat? You should do Final Fantasy ASMR. It relaxes our effort community. What? No way. That is an interesting opportunity. Final Fantasy ASMR. That is some. I've never done ASMR before. I'm not exactly sure how, or if my voice is built for that. But if you do say so, that is very flattering, I would say, because it takes a certain quality of, well, voice, I would say. But what do you mean by like joining your Final Fantasy? Oh, for sure. Feel free to join the Final Fantasy chat. Feel free to lurk, be here. I'm glad to have you. If that's what you meant, by the way. You'll be playing with Korgel tomorrow. Okay, yeah, Korgel seems to be like living his best life right now. I'm very happy for him and the community that you guys are building. And I'm glad to see it grow some more. And I really hope that, you know, the games continue. It sounds like it's really gaining traction. And I hope your community continues to grow. I'm very happy that you guys found a little hobby. A space for it to grow. Last 30 minutes of the game, the true villain shows up. Oh, I hate that. Reminds me of who's that? Lichcast and I were worried that it was all like, we were talking about the mother of Clive, and we were thinking, oh, maybe she was just brainwashed by Ultima this whole time. What's her name in World of Warcraft? God damn it. You know who I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about. I can't remember. World of Warcraft, the one, she wasn't at fault all along. It is a night elf. Sylvanas? Yeah, basically her. And then they realize, oh no, she's not at fault. She was mind controlled by this other villain all along. So that is weird. I'm a lot of my World of Warcraft friends were very unhappy with it. I did not follow the story. I just heard very, very terrible things about it. So anyway, lots of us in the Filipino community love Final Fantasy. That is great to hear. I am honestly, like, I have not played a lot of Final Fantasies, but I'd love for people to be able to come in and relax and enjoy sharing the spirit of Final Fantasy. I will be streaming more Final Fantasy though, with 14, since Final Fantasy 14 continually updates. That's something I will be streaming. I play Master Ramen, of course, since you're new here, as a variety streamer, I do play more story-focused games. And we play a variety of games as long as, you know, we focus on a story, we talk about the scenes and everything. But I will be streaming after this Final Fantasy 14 once they finish the post-patch quests. And I find the main scenario quest of Final Fantasy 14 also phenomenal. Like later on, it just gets better. It just got better with age. So I felt like Endwalker was a great ending. And I will be streaming with much trepidation because I don't know how they're going to start building. It feels like Marvel Phase 2, right? So I'm going to be streaming Final Fantasy 14 if you want to come in and join us and check out more Final Fantasy 14. Sorry, Annabelle was just a gigabitch fed off toxicity. Sylvanas a snack. They don't know how to write shit at Blizzard today, unfortunately. Yeah, after starting off so strong, right? Okay, on our own terms. I regret that both of you and the lump that had to get all tangled up with the wicked weave of my sordid past. But thanks to your meddling, I was finally able to put to rest matters that were left too long to fester. And with that finally done, might be I can sit back and enjoy this new world of yours you're so keen on creating. One don't need a pair of eyes to see the good you've done. Charon. Oh. Is that everything? Alright, let's go. Boop-a-doo. You're glad Annabelle was just a bad person? Yes! Like, at the end of it, god damn, you're just a... She was just an evil bitch. That's it. Simple. Simple. No, oh no, she was... Like sure, socially manipulated, but not directly, like with a child and everything as Ultima. Like, that is great. But that was still on them. That is still entirely on them. And they deserved what got... They deserved what they got. So, yeah. Like a Final Fantasy cozy game night in the tabletop community. That sounds really amazing. That would be really great. What did you have in mind, Mr. Ramen Pork? Like, are you recommending that we like stream more Final Fantasy? She represented the essence of noble superiority, basically. Fit and well Sylvester. Yeah, they were a very toxic pair, those two. They fed each other's worst natures. And Ultima was just there to like twiddle the little kids' thumbs and go, hey, I don't even have to do anything. Until he goaded Prince Dion for the master stroke, right?
The free cities under siege.
Cooking stream, ramen stream, hey! Ramen tonkatsu and many seafood streams. I will admit, I'm not very good at cooking. But I will be, for sure, playing... The next big Final Fantasy I'll be playing will be the Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2. I don't know if I'll be going back to the older FFs, but we'll see. Anything can happen. It really depends on my mood. We'll see how I feel after Final Fantasy 16, but thank you for these suggestions. And again, I'm just so grateful for your words. All right. Thank you so much.
Good girl.
Anyway. Let's go down and check out... Hi, orcs!
Then let us be rid of them.
No, Joshua. Time is of the essence.
smoke.
Wait.
City fallen?
9. 9 is coming out with a kind of remaster, right? Maybe that's an opportunity for me to actually finish Final Fantasy 9. The Free Cities of Dalmekia. Sorry, the Free Cities of Canva. We are here to save Mid. And Uncle Byron. And Gav.
The free men are still holding their own, then.
Do we have any idea where Gav and the others might be?
There's a warehouse near the docks where we agreed to meet if there was any trouble. We should hurry.
You mentioned tabletop before, Master Ram and Pork. Do you play tabletop RPGs? Because that's something we plan to do as we grow and develop this channel. Okay, duty time. Hold up. Why are there sudden quests? Okay. We finished it. We finished all the side quests, though. Like, we finished all the side quests. These are new.
Ah, Clive. Just the man I was hoping to see.
Oh? And why is that?
You remember how some of Sir Wade's guardians took up residence here after the Akashic attacked? Well, now the rest have come to join him. Seems their barracks in the Lazarus have been lost to an ether flood. Now, I don't mind having a few more brave boys around to keep them animals at bay. I ain't daft after all. But we ain't got nowhere for 'em to bed down.
Okay.
Poor buggers are having to make do with haylofts and chocobo pens. I'd build 'em a new barracks here if I could.
I want to go
Where
back
would
to the
I put 'em?
MSQ.
There just ain't enough room up here on the rock.
This
Which
feels
leaves
out of
us in a bit of a
place.
pickle. The people we're counting on to keep us safe are living like beggars.
I see.
And it isn't just that lot. There's bears to think about too. There's been more and more of them turning up lately, coming from all over looking for safe haven. But there's only so many we can shelter with the room we've got. We can't keep cramming more and more people into less and less space. What we need is a new home for our new arrivals. And that's what I was hoping you might help me with. If it ain't too much of a burden, of course.
I can't right now.
Perhaps I ought to put this plan off a little longer then.
That's the first time we refused the quest. It'll tell us if we miss out on the quest, right? So it feels weird. We're already about to save Mid, and then suddenly... Anyway, not as much as you have wanted. You like playing some games in Tagalog with your friends. You played 9, 20 times. Wow. Well, you did say 9 was like your favorite, right? 20 times. Old Canva, the free cities of Canva.
Sounds like thunder.
Nah, I'll accept them later. Let's just pretend that never happened. The detour never
You're
happened.
late. We're starting to think you'd stumbled off a cliff.
Hello, Gav.
I seem to recall that was you, Gav.
Good to see you. Any trouble on the road?
Nothing we couldn't handle.
I knew you'd come. Is that who I think it is?
Yes.
Allow me to introduce my brother, Joshua.
Clive's told me all about you. Or even listening most of the time.
Thank you so much for the follow again and dropping by, Master Ram and Pork. Hopefully we'll see you next time. Thank you so much for your kind words again. Thank you for the follow. Have a great day and have a good night. Take care. Now I want some ramen.
Name's Midadol.
Meet it all.
Everyone calls me Mid.
My lady.
Huh? Oh. Oh, you misunderstood.
My boy.
Uncle Byron.
It's really you. I never thought I'd see the day.
Well, it seems
So
fun.
these Akashic are being controlled.
That's what it looked like. Empty eyes, eerie blue glow. No doubt they were turned, but silent as monks, every last one of them.
Your man here speaks true, Clive. We saw more than a few in this city. They moved in ranks with a purpose, and not of their own.
Ultima's doing.
Perhaps.
What of the city? The people?
Dead, mostly.
Mostly, but not all. A handful managed to lock themselves in their villas before the Horde arrived. Some in the merchants' district to the west, and a few others on the far bank.
If the Akashic stumble across either hiding place, a few bolted doors won't hold them for long. We need to find them. And quickly.
What do you propose?
We split into two parties. I will make for the merchants' district, while you look to those across the river. Mind keeping an eye on my brother?
Not at all. We find the villa and try the servants' entrance.
Understood.
And what of us?
Mid, is she fit to sail?
Sorry. Clive, what happened to always being beside your brother? It's the second time he leaves Joshua. Well, he's gonna leave him with Jill, but you know, that's not the point.
Yeah, the Mithril engine could probably do with a few more tweaks.
Then you better work fast. Even if we do reach the survivors in time, they'll never make it to the hideaway on foot.
You leave that to me.
See that Mid doesn't get herself into trouble, would you?
Think I can manage that?
I'll keep him safe.
Looks like you stuck with me, Byron.
That's Lord Rossfield, you little gutter snipe!
Well, wait. So wait, are we going with Joshua? I misunderstood. Never
Shall
mind.
we then?
And you keep Clive safe.
Oh no.
Be careful. Both of you.
You too.
Split the party. Isn't Torgal supposed to be Shiva's dominant, partner? I think we need to switch roles here. Joshua should be with me, and Torgal, you should be with Jill.
All right, Torgal. Let's find those survivors. They don't stand a chance against those things.
Oh god. Ox!
They've been routed. They're wearing wood armor.
Can't see shit. Katon? It's a ninja! It is a ninja! or use Ramu. I'm not optimizing it, sadly. Whoops. Totally forgot about my rotation. Where are my potions? Ah! He's a ninja! I cannot believe it. Relearning everything. Hold up. Jeez, that is messy. Now, he was doing all the... what do you call it in Final Fantasy XIV? All the ninja combos. The jutsu.
I needed that.
Right, I don't have my potions because I just did the S rank mark. I don't have... Yeah. Yep, you know it's important when it's a Dark Souls push. Pretty off today. No problem. We had to switch to Titan when we were taking out the S rank. Because my muscle memory. Wow. Spellcast? Where's the spellcaster? None? Okay.
It's over. Stay down. It's over.
Nice beam. Oops.
This is the Agora, where the city's leaders gather. There may still be survivors inside.
I hope so. Yeah, Orc Chieftains. Teleportation's fun. Okay, we have... I forgot. We should probably respec. Let's go. Resetting all. Yes. All right, let's get all the basic ones first. Let's actually do this manually. Master everything here. Stomp? I don't even use Stomp. Precision dodge for sure. Keep forgetting about lunge. Down thrust is good for sure. Burning blade, if I remember it. Yes. Taunt? Nah. Swift recovery for sure. Okay, I don't need Stomp. Or do I need Stomp? If I really want aerial combos, I guess. Limit break for sure, max it out. Will of the Wikes or ignition? Nah. Phoenix shift, of course. We want that. I love my gap closer. I don't use that anymore. Rising Flames, the cooldown is it's not that cool of an ability, but the cooldown is fast enough that it's I think pretty reliable. The Kamehameha wave will wipe you out. Oh, it's one of those instant things if you get caught in it. It's scary. Flames to free birth. Do I even still use this? Sure. Really honing in on our skills right now. Let's see if it works out. Let's continue to use what I currently have. Pretty happy with the rotation for now. I don't use Wicked Wheel. Rook's Gambit, no more. Aerial Blast. I just really wish they changed the effects. I just can't see shit. But this works well with other abilities. I just don't have a skill to maximize it unless I switch out to Bahamut or Ramu. Like Ramu is so great in exploiting the aerial blast. But let's get it anyway. Wait, what? Unable to master? Oh. What happens if we master it? Allows assignment. Oh! Okay. Upon mastery, it allows assignment to any icon. Then you can really mix and match. I see. There we go. See, as I'm reading this for the first time. Mastery allows you assignment to any icon. Okay, okay. Now I can combine. I can like master. Not Thunderstorm. This thing. Wait, where's the diamond? Well, that seems pretty cool. Where is the diamond? Hold up. The diamond that you slap to do an AoE damage. Oh, here, this one. Lightning Rod. This is nice to use against with Aerial Blast. Do I even use Titanic Block? I keep forgetting. Me as well, right? Wind Up. Raging Fists. Alright, that's actually all our points. Whoa, Earthen Fury. Drive both hands into the ground, causing the land to surge upwards, sending nearby enemies flying. Oh. I could use this against the... Okay, this is our current rotation. So So mastery is simply allows any assignment to any icon. So we're already maximizing it. All right. Rising Flames. Flames of Rebirth. Gouge. Aerial Blast. Wind Up. Upheaval. Not Upheaval, Raging Fists. Berserker Ring, we have it. Flare Breath. Gouge. Alright.
Where are they? These creatures. Does Ultima's rage extend this far? What the hell is going on here?
What happened to my cooldowns? There we go. Wow.
Where is your master?
Upgrade.
What does he want?
Elheim, long time no see. Hello there.
You've caused quite the commotion.
We're gonna fight him.
But then I would expect no less from you, Muthos.
You again. I don't believe we've been introduced. You were in my family's crypt, and now you're here, with an army of Akashic thralls.
Manners, Lord Rossfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
What?
And they are all that remains in this once raucous city.
You'll pay for what you've done.
As you wish. I confess I have been very much looking forward to this. Pardon me this indulgence, Your Majesty. The vessel shall not be spoiled. I am Sleipnir of House Harbor.
Sleipnir.
And you will yield. Or not. As long as you don't hold back.
Let's try.
You're not running away from me. Huh. Good form. Nice.
You will forgive me if my performance seems uninspired. It is just that I expected so much more from our chosen one. Perhaps this will kindle your flame?
Huh?
What now?
A gift from my liege lord's armory. Gungnir.
Gungnir.
What
Sleipnir. Yeah, he's just this horse.
Yes. Yes.
Lights. Saber. Too early. Damn it. Got this. Ratatosker?
Too slow. This one. Get it.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, all of these Norse mythology stuff just crammed into one person. Sleipnir wielding Gungnir, doing Ratatosker skills, riding aboard the Einharjar.
The vessel is strong.
He's happy.
My liege.
Did we make him happy? He was a fanboy all along.
Clive!
Yeah, the fist was a good finisher.
You're all right.
As are you, I see.
We are, yes.
I'm sorry, but we couldn't save them.
It was over before we arrived.
Well, you did what you could. I fear we were all too late. What's wrong?
Nothing. I hope.
Thank you for the care package. Oh, he's disintegrating. Huh? Huh? Odin!
Leaving so soon, Mythos?
It's the king.
Indeed. You may kneel before Barnabas Tharm, Warden of Ash and King of Walud.
Get back.
Why? We can fight him together. Can we like kill him together? Why are they? Ugh. I mean, fancy as hell, but welcome in, Duff Taylor.
The boy who bested my Lord Commander. Yet I see why my master covets you so. The power within you, Mythos. The potential.
Stop calling me Mythos.
But Mythos is everything. The cornerstone of all creation. The Lord's vessel. Your purpose.
Good morning, and thank you for
Purpose?
peeking.
To surrender my mind and body to that thing. No, Your Majesty. My purpose is my own. I made a promise to my friends, to my people. And nothing is going to stand in my way.
You would allow this delusion of free will to bar your path to greatness? Truly, your volition is a cancer. One that must be excised.
I love this cheesy villain music. Hey, I thought Ultima wanted me alive.
Joshua!
Oh no.
Oi! Oi! This way! Hurry!
Torgal has the sword. Adorable.
Power beyond reckoning. And they use it as a crutch. Such a waste.
Did they just cut her in half? Sometime later. Hey, the ship! City outskirts or free cities of Canver. Let me use the bathroom really quickly. Yeah, warrior flight problems. I mean, yeah, it's an opportunity to have anime time and talk and banter. But come on, it's... Anyway. Good morning, peeking for work. Oh yeah, we're that. Can we not be gated into weird duels like this all the time? Yeah. I could have defeated Ranjit in that first fight. Yeah, right? Like, get back. And now look, Jill had to prime to get you the hell out of there, Clive. The king is too much like Xenos. Yeah. Let's not be reminded of Xenos. BRB. I'll use the bathroom. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Like, yeah, I'm not really a fan of the whole stand back, let me duel him. But if I had the opportunity to like rewrite or choreograph that scene, I actually would have used it as an opportunity to make the king into a super badass that you'd be afraid of by pitting the three of them against him and him just, fighting them 3-on-1 and able to like just parry, play around with them, shove them around, toy with them. Like, it could have been such an awesome moment, and like, holy crap, this king is some not to be trifled with, right? And then maybe one of our three characters semi-primes even, and then he doesn't even need to. He's just, then you insert the whole, they use it as a crutch, and like, they can't even beat him. Clive ignoring the whole macho shit Ultima ones. Yeah. Exactly. And they were all about, yeah, exactly. They kept saying that. We'll do it together. We'll do it together. By the way, Joshua, go with Jill. Even though I promised Yota I wouldn't leave your side. Anyway, yeah, it is a missed opportunity. If for me personally, I would have loved to see three of us in the cutscene against him and get pushed around so badly, and that would be like, holy crap, this is the next boss battle. Anyway, let's see what happened. I hope Jill's not headless. The ironworks. Hey, the ironworks.
Will he be all right?
The phoenix can mend flesh, but the spirit must recover on its own. I'm afraid the rest is up to him. This place is remarkable. Outfitting it must have been no small feat. But why go to such trouble?
That beauty's belly's filled with wonders the world ain't ready for. If the guilds caught wind of what we're up to, They'd all want a piece. All right.
And how is he? Do not blame yourself. He was barely breathing when you brought him here. We would have lost him if it were not for you.
No. Barnabas may have severed nigh every sinew in my brother's body. But he made certain the wounds were not fatal.
Nigh every sinew?
Allow me, your lordship. Don't know what I was thinking, putting you to the trouble like that.
'Tis no trouble carrying comestibles to my ailing nephew.
I know, but you've already done so much for us. Pouring your gil into the hideaway and now the ship. I don't want to take the piss.
You risked your life. And for what? Some girl you hardly know. Why'd you do it? You not mad or something?
I wouldn't go that far.
Clive!
You're awake, my boy. Oh.
All I want to do is help. And the world won't save itself. It was Sid. Your father, who taught me that.
Sounds like him.
Don't you dare do that again.
What manly macho
Part of the
duel?
royalists.
Fucked off, the lot of them, along with the galleon. With the king on board, no doubt. Behind here, I wouldn't sail without him.
The hell did he want to do there then?
Clive. Jill didn't come back.
I was wondering where she was the whole scene.
She kept the king busy while the others dragged you out.
It's all right, Mid. Jill is fine.
The ether of her icon endures.
Oh.
And as long as it does, we can be certain she is alive.
Okay.
We must pursue the Black Galleon. Jill will be with the king, I'm sure of it.
Well, good luck catching him, because my ship's going nowhere. It's the Mithril engine. She's got a kick like a wild chocobo and a mind to tear the hull in half.
But do you have an idea?
Well, of course I do. My dad'll have seen this coming a league off. If I had his old writings...
If you had his old writings, you'd be sitting under a fuckload of rubble. The ones Otto didn't save anyway. I suppose you might still have a few pages in his stores.
We'll have to hope it's enough. Do what you can to ready the ship. I'll speak with Otto.
In your condition, you really are mad.
Perhaps. But the world really won't save itself.
Oh no, we're locked in. Jill gets captured again. At least she did it fighting. The hideaway. After they Pope Zone the other girl, the game is shoving these two together. You think so, Joshua and Mid? I don't think so. Or I'm trying not to see that. Time to see if Odin severed the bonds. Literally. Well, he's doing one now by severing Jill right now. The vibe completely changed when they met each other. I thought it was just a... Well, I guess, you know, like a meet cute moment. I just saw it as him misunderstanding her signals when she extended her hand, thinking that she was of nobility, I guess. She just wanted to shake his hand. So, haha, cute Joshua. Song of Hope.
Right. Gav said that Otto might know something.
Goodness, you're as pale as a poltergeist. Why don't you sit down and have a nice bowl of Molly's brown?
They're doing it to remind you that Dion is in a committed relationship. Yeah, I was also thinking, no, he could be with Dion, but Dion's boyfriend's still alive, so Dion might still... Speaking of Dion, I wonder if he's gonna wake up.
Cole said it was an army of Akashic. What will happen to Mid and the others?
They'll be fine as long as Sid is... Oh.
If they are trying, they're inadvertently making Dion and Josh interactions a whole lot more gay, though. The solution to Dion, Joshua, and Terrence is Palhammer. Yep, that's what I was thinking as well. That's what I was wondering if they would be okay with it.
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are crawling with Akashic and the valleys are full of ether?
How indeed. My men and I lost an entire day avoiding a flood that wasn't there a fortnight ago.
We'll be heading back to Canver soon. You let us know if you need an escort.
So they ride in, they mess shit up, and then they sail away. What's the whole point? To lure us there and to capture one of our bonds?
Clive? But if you're here, where the hell is everyone else? Don't tell me.
They're all right. But it's a long story.
Fade to black. Slash talk.
You lot don't do things by halves, do you? Well, at least everyone's still breathing. Now, as for these writings, I'm sorry to say, Clive, but if you had those, you'd be...
Sitting under a pile of rubble, I know.
But we were able to save a few bits and pieces from the ruins, most of which ended up being used to build this place. The more personal items we gave to the next of kin. In the case of Sid's things, that would have been Mid.
Then I'll check the workshop.
I try not to think too much about what was lost the day Titan attacked. If only it was just Sid's life's work.
Let's save. It's getting to that. It's getting to the point in the MSQ where side quests don't feel like the right thing to do. Like Jill is captured. I don't want to even talk to you, Kupo. I will talk to Asta though.
Master Sid, have you seen His Highness the Prince? We were to dine together, or so I was going to suggest, before he vanished, that is.
What?
I suppose now I'll just have to ask the Bard.
He's just like Estinian. Where the hell did he go?
See to my boils if Tyre ain't around, eh?
Can someone tell me where Dion went? Probably back to Terrence.
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone, then...
Then everyone in Port Isolde's in danger.
Port Isolde, Port Isolde. Oh, right, where Uncle Byron's from.
Do you think Mid's ship will ever sail?
You saw that work of devilry on the deck, didn't you? The second fall of man is nigh.
Oh, don't be like that. We worked so hard for this. I'm just... Okay, fine. We're gonna click on shinies, but why isn't anyone else helping? Or isn't there a sense of urgency to get Jill back? Anyway,
This looks like it's from Sid's old diary. But you'll already have read it.
I already told myself I'd stop being disappointed in Jill moments.
I know this is your hideaway, but you really shouldn't be in here. If Mid caught you rifling through her research, she'd have your head. Then mine for letting you.
Uh-huh.
That leather loosener was only the first of the discoveries the Alembics gonna help us make. Just you wait, Sid. Just you wait.
Please tell me Mid is all right.
She's all right.
What do we have here? Oh. Sid's pipes. Something tells me Mid won't be needing these.
Continue searching Mid's dungeon. Okay. Some quests can be either worthless or bad things, as devs didn't want you to blindly follow everything you encounter, make your own judgment on what to do with your limited time. Quest deliver water from one place, water there is actually infected. Oh, okay, yeah. Side quests with a lot of consequences.
I remember seeing this doll in Sid's cellar. I wonder if it was Mid's. Huh. What's this tucked inside it?
A riddle. Middle. I know you like your riddles, so I reckon you'll appreciate this one. Of all my inventions, this one's the best, and so when choosing its place of rest, I recalled your opus, daughter dearest, and now it sleeps there in the first. I'm going to have to work on that last rhyme. Good luck.
Sid's best invention. Huh. That sounds promising. So Sid hid something in Mid's first opus. But what would that be? Perhaps Otto might know.
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone.
Well, did you find anything? Possibly. You wouldn't happen to know what Mid's first opus was? Opus? That girl's as tone deaf as a banshee. Unless you mean the orchestrion. She couldn't have been more than, what, 11, 12 when she cobbled that thing together? It surprised us all. Not least her dad. You should have seen how proud he was of the little scamp. What's that battered old box have to do with anything? I think Sid may have hidden something inside it. Wouldn't surprise me. Those two and their bloody treasure hunts. Half the things in the hideaway were hidden one time or another. The orchestrion's in the Tub and Crown, but it's always been.
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are crawling?
Suddenly, scavenger hunt. Oh, Torgal.
Yet still he clung unto the mast and bellowed, "All ahead!"
Damn, that is surprising.
You don't know what you're talking about. The odor's what gives Chance's stew its depth. And that's what makes it superior to any old lizard livers.
Oh, please. Have you even tried the fried mortress? Taste, smell, texture. It beats your beloved stew hands down on every count. Now that's a masterpiece.
Culinary side quests. Great. I need a drink. Because apparently no one is worrying about
Shout if you need
Jill.
topping up.
Like Clive is surprisingly super calm and collected.
Oh, you're not leaving already, are you?
I didn't break it.
Oh, these kids
I
again.
didn't break it.
What didn't you break?
Oh no, it's the
Nothing.
scholar
We didn't break
kids.
nothing. We definitely didn't break the orchestrion.
What's wrong with it?
It's broken. Except when it isn't. See?
And you had nothing to do with this.
Nope, nothing. We just wanted to listen to all the songs at once. So we pressed all the buttons. Like this. See?
All too well.
What's with the music cutting in and out?
Out of the way. Something caught on one of the gears.
Did you break it? Can you fix it?
No, I mean, yeah, yes. There. How about now?
You fixed it! Sid fixed it! He more than fixed it! Yeah, new music!
Huh. Never heard this one before.
They started playing when I removed this. Whatever it is.
This is like another Easter egg.
Well, don't look at me. I can tell you it's important, though. Sid showed it to me once and said as much. Said it was the stuff dreams were made of. Let's just hope it's the stuff ships are made of as well.
Indeed. Let's see if we can make some dreams come true.
Hmm.
There, but
just the two I was looking for.
Aye. Who's a patient?
Actually, yes. The Crown Prince just left.
Dion left?
Unless you've another word for stood up and walked off. Yes, left. He did have the decency to leave a message with Obelisk before commandeering one of his dinghies. Should we go after him?
No. We're not the Prince's keepers. He is free to do as he sees fit.
I'd rather he did so in bed. His wounds are nowhere near healed. Much like yours, I suspect. Otto told me what happened in Canver. What is it with this realm's princes and their aversion to rest?
Ask me when I get back. Though I may be sometime.
Then at least try to stay safe.
And if that fails, try to stay alive, eh?
Every moment I waste here, the further the flagship sails. I have to get back.
You say that, and then you spring more side quests on us. And especially a plus sign at that.
You reckon there's any more treasure in the orchestrion? Only one way to find out.
What is playing actually? Good Bones. When you got to this point, you felt major narrative dissonance. So it's not just me. It's not just me. So it's like I don't know anymore. There's like 2 plus signs. On top of like all the side quests here. And I'm worried that if we keep doing the MSQ, we're gonna lock ourselves out. I mean, will we? It's gonna warn us if it will, right? So I think it's safe. But then I don't think it's safe because once we meet, it's like full steam ahead. We get our ship, we save Jill, we deal with the king, then you deal with Ultima. When is there a time for these side quests? So I think I should probably do all these side quests to be safe before we jump into it. Like you think we should? You think we should like do all the side quests before jumping into save Jill?
Still alive, are ya?
Yeah, we should probably just do it as they come. I don't want them piling up and then overwhelming us.
If you're gonna buy something, be quick about it.
But yeah, this is just such a strange part of the story. I don't know what's happening. I hope it picks up again. Here you go, last elixir. Is it the easiest elixir to procure? No. But it is the last one you will ever need. Upon KO, automatically restore all HP, fills the limit gauge, increases attack power by 10%, defenses by 30%. Nice. Okay.
It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know. It'd better all be here. You'll not find a better price than that. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
You gotta equip it? Oh, okay. Thanks for the tip. I thought you could just like keep it in the inventory. We can buy these 2 now.
Is that all?
Nah, let's save it.
Trouble with your gear, or... Sancthornian, dear?
Runeblade. Long before the Valistian alphabet became commonplace, early tribes across the Twins used a form of lettering now known collectively as runes. While most scholars agree that these runes were merely a crude representation of sophisticated pre-fall writing, some religious sects believe that the symbols hold power that is unlockable only when used in a specific order, much like those inscribed on the blade of this sword. Very nice.
Should last you a good while.
Rune belt.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Runic scholars separate the ancient logograms into 3 distinct groups. Wards of expelling, which are used to emit energy. Wards of conservation, which are used to absorb energy. And wards of harmony, which are used to combine the previous 2. And finally, rune crescents. These arm guards are not only thought to be enhanced by the myriad tiny runes engraved about the white gold ribbing, but also by the crescent shape, which in itself serves as a protective ward of conservation. So we have all 3 kinds of runes coming together. Nice. Bring it all together.
Scratches, right?
Can we reinforce anything? We can reinforce our rune blade. Hell yeah.
Not my best work, but it'll do.
Our rune belt.
Yeah, that should do ya.
And rune crescents. Feels good.
Not my best work, but it'll do.
Cool.
That it? Fine.
Link is our last hope. Video of him goofing around the crafting. No, it just so happened to involve Jill again. It's just unfortunate. It's not Jill's fault. It's not even Jill's fault. It's things conspiring to take spotlight away from Jill. Like, they didn't even bother to give them an awesome clash. They just cut the black. Like, they did it twice. Like, Shiva didn't even really get to shine with awesome choreography or anything. It's a shame. And now she's taken out of the story again. And then now they throw side quests at us. In the Iron Kingdoms, we could have had a moment to develop our relationship with Jill. It would have allowed her to shine more as a character as we learn more about the Iron Kingdom. But no, it is just a very terribly designed dungeon. Like a low-budget side quest. Her bad guy, her big bad villain looked like a generic NPC. And that's why I was telling myself, I'll stop expecting and just let go and enjoy the rest of the game. Unfortunately, this is one of those moments. I'll have to let go. Jill is not in danger. Apparently, it is fine just to know that she was alive. And Clive is no longer afraid of that. Like, I would expect Clive to... She's still alive. Okay. Let's do side quests. Huh? I would have expected Clive to be like, no, we need to get after Jill now. And then like, wait, no, our ship needs to run. Okay, I understand that. So why isn't it a team effort to try and solve the ship's problem? Why did we have to go to have a whole scavenger hunt? Find one clue, which is so conveniently placed in the doll, which will solve all our solutions. Anyway, I'm just gonna do the side quests. We're gonna do the side quests, and I want to get them out of the way.
He's a surly soaker. Who cares less for us than the irony hammers?
Blackthorn can seem a little dark at times, yes, but under all that soot is a heart of gold.
This game does not know how to handle their women. It's another bad habit of both the teams involved in this game. Yeah, and I already said it. I was just so disappointed in Benedicta as well. I just felt like she was the Yotsuyu of this world. I don't know if that's too much. And it's just such a shame how they handled Benedicta. And her fate was literally put in an icebox. Like, sure, she was an awesome, powerful character who was manipulating all the men around her, but then it's just the cruelty of the world turned her into a villain, like Yotsuyu, and then she died for that. It's like, again? It's like, can we save Benedicta? No, she's gotta die. She's gotta die for Sid and for Taita and for Kupka. And Kupka goes on a baby rant for the entire game, kills everyone, and it's all because he was just throwing a tantrum. Like that is fine, okay? He was intentionally supposed to be a big baby. He wasn't supposed to be he was supposed to be a big baby, which is why he was terrifying as a character. He was so powerful, one of the most powerful people in the realm, and yet he was a big baby. Like, that is intentional. But yeah, overall, just disappointing. But I just accepted, okay, big baby, incompetent ruler, but he has all the power in the world. I guess you're trying to say something. Like, why is this person in office? Like, he doesn't deserve it. Which I guess, fine, that's the point, right?
What is it?
But I didn't want to get Yotsuyu again, and it's like, ugh. Anyway, yeah. That's why I was telling Lichcast. I was already bumming myself out. I was no longer having fun in the game because I kept thinking about like Benedicta, Jill, and they also cut out content for the super supporting cast, Vivian and Mid. They talk as if they talk about how we save them, and it's like, is this cut content? They just suddenly appeared, and then they talk to you as if, oh yeah, you did rescue them. I would have liked to see that, but I think they decided to cut out content, and it just so happened, you know, these are the minor female characters. Let's not give them any more screen time on how they were brought into the picture. Vivian just magically shows up, and Mid as well. So I was also confused. Who are you? Oh, Midadol, Mid. Because she was just mentioned once. She was mentioned once by Sid. Or Sid didn't even say her name, I think. He just said, I have a daughter. I should have remembered though. Telamon Sure, mid-adult Telemon, but it was still super jarring because they just threw them at you. Anyway, it's okay. It's okay. Actually, it's not okay, but I still love the game. It's just we're gonna do the side quests because this game doesn't care about Jill. We're gonna do side quests because there's no sense of urgency to save Jill. Ask about Charon.
There's no one like our Nan.
She can be a bit grumpy, like, but deep down, she's got a heart of gold. My mom and dad worked me like a dog and still called me a witless, worthless waste of space. Said it so much I started believing them. Oh, that's sad. But then Nan got wind of how they were treating me, and she didn't like it one bit. Pulled out a big, fat purse full of gold and threw it at their feet.
Your lad's worth double that.
She said, and if you lot can't see it, you hand him over to someone who can. All that shining, glittering gil, and Nan said I was worth more. I've never been so happy in my life.
And I've never looked back.
I started working for Nan right then and there, and I'll gladly stay with her till my dying day.
Be seeing ya.
Oh god, it's a dog now. What did he do to the birds?
Do you have a name, doggy? I'd call you Torgal, but that one's already taken.
I don't know, I'm scared of this child.
He's a surly soaker.
Kids are cruel, Jack, and I am very in touch with my inner child. Oh, that's scary. Jack? Are you talking about like Raiden from Metal Gear?
Crops are all being harvested early for fear they won't grow under these skies. Nothing's being left to go to seed.
Well, then we'll need to make certain that our seeds last.
Man. Is Revengeance as over the top and crazy as the memes are?
A trader from across the sea once told me that on the continent they play music for their crops. Would you like that, Martel?
Music supposedly helps plants grow. It is? I'd love to play it. It's just... Well, I do have it. I found my old CD in the PlayStation 3. But it's not available on Steam in our region. So that sucks. So if I want to play it, I have to hook up my PS3.
Sid, do you recall the flowers I had you bring back to the yard?
Vaguely. Is something wrong?
I'm afraid so. I was able to get most of the Morganbeards to take root, but they rarely flower. I fear the soil here does not agree with them. However, I believe I have a solution.
I can't wait to hear it.
I'm going to marry the Morganbeards with Morbles. I know, but hear me out. Morbles are possessed of a highly choleric temperament. The fire which drives them appears to be maintained by an abundance of nutrient-rich ether drawn from their environs. I believe that by grafting a Morble vine to a Morganbeard, the appendage's wealth of vigor-inducing nutrients might well stimulate the flower to bloom. The endeavor, I assure you, is scientifically sound. I simply need a vine to prove the theory.
Agreed to find what Nigel requires. What's one vine?
And all you need is a single vine from an ordinary Morble.
That is correct. A single vine. As for the Morble, I fear ordinary may not suffice. But, as luck would have it, a most extraordinary specimen is rumored to haunt the swamps of Rosaria. Why, a notice concerning this very creature was only recently posted on the hunt board.
How timely.
Well, I shan't keep you any longer. I know you have much to do, as do I. Now, where did I put my watering can?
I'm having a hard time paying attention to these quests. Because it's on my mind is save Jill, save Jill, save Jill. Maybe we should just save Jill.
Those who encountered this Morble in Rosaria claim it was as large as a house. Think of all the ether it must have consumed to attain such a prodigious size. its vines will be bursting with untold vigor.
About female representation, come to think of it, another good thing about PM games, gender of characters practically zero importance in their stories. Yeah, I noticed that with Library of Rowena, the bit I played of Limbus Company. I like the writing from Project Moon. Switch the gender and see the story makes sense as passive flying colors. Yeah, the gender bending and stuff, which I haven't watched it, but doesn't Fate do that with almost all their characters? Like, Arturia is... Like, Arthur's a girl there, right? I haven't watched the anime. Anyway, Lama, I'm trying to remember if you'll be okay if you just go for it. I think so. No, that's what I'm worried about. If we don't do these quests now, they're just gonna pile up, and then it's just gonna be more of a slog to go through. So I'm just gonna try to... Okay, let's just say this all happened before Jill got captured or something. We're good.
Those who encountered this mobile in Rosaria claim it was a...
Are we almost done with the game, though?
Think of all the ether it must have consumed to attain such a prodigious size. Its vines will be bursting with untold vigor.
Or do we still have like a long way to go? Ah, okay. We still got some time then.
Harvested early for fear they won't grow under these skies.
Got it, got it.
Sid, heard you were in Canva fetching young Mid.
Aye.
I was thinking I might pen a novel of my own to tell the story of the hideaway. I change all the names, of course. Well, except for mine, that is.
How can we learn to be clever like Miss Middledole?
You can start by paying attention during your lessons.
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone, then...
She can't keep this up much longer.
Who?
Glory to Griga. There you are. And not a moment too soon.
What's happened?
Taya's busy working herself into an early grave. Since the arrival of her latest patient, she's refused to stop, even for a moment. I've tried offering to see to him in her stead, but she won't hear of it. Clive, she hasn't left the infirmary in days. She's pushing herself too hard. And if she doesn't rest soon, will you talk to her? Order her to her chambers if that's what it takes. Because if she keeps this up, I fear the hideaway will be without its best physica before too long.
Try and convince Tarja to rest. I can at least try.
I know better than to order Taya to do anything. But I'll speak to her.
Oh, thank you. I pray you have better luck than I did.
Right, the one who she keeps telling to rest.
Say whatever you must, but get her to rest. I'm not physical enough to fill her shoes should we lose her.
Tarja.
Well, Taya, Rodriguez worried about you. And if what he says is true, then so am I. We all admire your dedication, but you do need to rest.
I will, when it's time. Until then, I'm staying put. We owe him that much.
Who is he?
Someone from my past. Someone who doesn't deserve to die alone. It won't be much longer. The crystal's curse has almost finished its work. If I had the tears, I could ease his passing. But without them, We've nothing that will touch the agony of those last few hours.
How would tears help this man?
Not my tears. Tears of mercy. Alicia, it's the only thing strong enough.
You wouldn't, Tyre. Surely. There must be something we can do for him.
Sometimes an easy death is the greatest kindness we can offer. You do well to remember that, Rodrigue.
I will. We have all the ingredients we need for Alicia Balwam. It needs to be fresh, though, so we rarely have much to hand. I can make the draft if you can bring me what we're missing.
Just tell me what you need.
There is a species of venom-weeping spider that lives in the forests of Norvent, near Lorbert's Pass. Bring me one of their eyes. Preserve it as best you can, but avoid contact with the tears. I'll make sure the other ingredients are ready before you return.
Thank you, Clive. I won't forget this.
Limbus 2 does gender bend with some, but again, they're basically no sexualization. Sexual thing in all their games. Just character in full clothes are enveloped pick ribbons. Makes me very excited. Flat drunk posts. As you'll be honest. Yeah, they don't really focus on the sexuality of the characters because there's so much going on in the game already that to insert all that, I mean, there is room for that in other stories, but for them, they don't really make room for that.
If it was me lying there, I know he'd do me the same kindness.
I mean, they're trying to survive against impossible odds already. Yeah, so they know what kind of story they want to tell.
It will take me some time to prepare the other ingredients. Time enough for you to make for the old road north of Lostwing and return with that eye.
Yeah, because they could insert fan service if they wanted to. But they don't.
How may I help you today, Clive? Your benefactors are a generous lot.
A gift. Enclosed, you will find an item of high and strange order. One for which I require neither thanks nor recompense. Consider it a reminder of where loyalties are best placed. The Chapman. Zehu?
You earned this. Come again. I may have more for you.
Clive. Quick look.
Nice. We can finish for great justice. I like this quest line, the one with Lostwing and Quinten. Let's hope we can help them out. So one quest per area, not bad.
Think you can help?
All right, Clive. Blackthorn told me you helped him out again. Tough for that. Speaking of which, I'm actually a bit,
worried about him. And you want my advice?
afraid so. It's a bit of a funny one, this, but I saved this posh knob while I was out on a mission, and he gave me this flashy ring to say thank you. So, obviously, I show it to Blackthorn, thinking he'll be impressed, only for him to go white as a sheet and quiet as a curl instead. Try as I might, I can't for the life of me work out what could have got him upset like that. And seeing as how Blackthorn opens up when you're around, I thought maybe...
Offer to talk to Blackthorn? I'll speak to him.
I'd speak to him again. Well, I suppose there's no point leaving him to stew.
Cheers, Clive.
I'll be sure to pay him a visit as soon as I have a moment.
All right, I'll meet you by the forge then. You come along when you're ready.
Pretty cool, Ari Quentin. Yeah, that escalated so quickly in an awesome way. Oh, but you gotta eat and do work. Thank you for dropping by, Duff Taylor. Enjoy your breakfast? Lunch. Enjoy your brunch and good luck with work. We're just gonna be doing side quests, so it's a pretty chill day today. But thank you for being here.
Will
You be heading back to Canberra soon? You let us know if you need an escort.
Go on then. They're all waiting for you. Wouldn't want them saying I kept you.
Ask about Morble sightings. I hear your brother isn't a fan of carrots, Kupo. If every carrot of Rosaria is anything like the one that just got posted on the board, I can see why, Kupo. You think it's a carrot? Oh, it's one of these things. Dread Comet. Oh, no, it's Comet. I hated this, that Chocobo fight in that area. What's that area called? I forgot. Dread Comet. The hunters of Tabor speak of a wild chocobo that haunts not only the nearby Badlands, but also their dreams. For it exhibits a ferocity rarely seen in the species and has ripped more than a dozen of their comrades from gizzard to groin and feasted on their flesh. The bird is far past taming. It must be put down. And carrot. I thought the Moogle was just wrong. Carrot. If you should come across a red carrot protruding from the marshes of Three Reeds, do not attempt to pull it from the swampy soil. It is, in truth, another root vegetable entirely, an exotic species of Morble that uses a modified carrot-like vine as a lure to draw its prey close, before emerging from the earth and swallowing them whole. A cruel way for nature to turn these times of privation to advantage. Whispering Waters in Rosaria.
Clive. Till next you need me.
Actually, does it show where the boat is? Ship.
Again?
Sorry.
What is it that you wish to learn? One must understand one's place in the world.
Ah, here it is. Einherjar. What's this? Imperial Province of Rosaria. I guess this is the Blight. Crawling in. Kingdom of Walud. Twinside. Drakesdale. Isle of Ark. The Einherjar, the flagship of the Waluder Navy, also known as the Black Galleon. Alongside the Royal Cavalry, it is the pride of Walud and is capable of swiftly delivering elite troops onto enemy soil to make war in the name of the mighty Odin.
Thus ends today's lesson.
If it's knowledge you seek, we've tomes aplenty to guide you in your search.
Sorry to drag you into this again, but you're the only one he'll open up to.
Bloody hell, Clive. Not this again.
Third time's a charm.
Ain't you got better things to do with your time?
Like saving Jill?
That remains to be seen. August tells me he showed you a ring, and that the sight of it clearly upset you. Would you mind telling us why?
Come on, mate. Bottling it up ain't gonna help no one. If it weren't the ring, and it was something I said, then I'm sorry.
It was the ring, right? It brought back some unhappy memories, that's all. Memories better left forgotten.
Memories of what?
There are things we'd all rather leave behind, Blackthorn. But sometimes it helps to talk about them.
And sometimes it doesn't. Is that so hard to understand?
Don't be like that.
Fine. If it'll get you off my back. That ring you flashed was the work of Zoltan.
Zoltan?
We apprenticed together back in the day.
You've never mentioned him before.
Why would I? Ain't seen him in decades, and the last time I did, we almost came to blows. The ring brought it all back. I could tell it was one of his the moment I saw it. Vast has improved, though. More than I thought possible. That thing's a work of art.
So it was a nice ring. Worth a few gil, maybe. What's it matter to you?
It matters because engraving metal's a nightmare, and I've got no bloody idea how he managed it. The fact is, I couldn't make anything even half that detailed.
So what? You're an armorer, not a jeweler.
I'm the Hideaway's master craftsman. I'm not stealing a living at some backwater village forge. My armor keeps you lot safe, and my swords keep you dangerous. As far as I'm concerned, every swing of my hammer's another blow struck in the name of our cause. So I put my heart and soul into my work. Because the curse breakers deserve better than second best. And I refuse to be shown up by the likes of Zoltan.
Oh no.
Very well. Why don't we go and pay him a visit? Learn his secret.
I doubt he'd be too happy to see me.
Then just this once. Make peace with being second best. Swallow your pride and focus all your energies on the task at hand. Keeping the curse breakers armed and armored. Provided you can do that, you'll hear no complaints from me. But if you can't, and it's going to distract you, we need to do something about it.
What'd you say, Blackthorn? You know he's right. And it's not like you'll be going alone.
All right.
Magic. So, where do you reckon old what's-his-name is then? Zoltan, was it?
In Dravozd, my old village. He won't have left. He's the chief.
Dravozd, eh? That rings a bell. Not far from Tabor, right? Just north of the fields of Carava. Got that, Clive? Meet us at Dravozd as soon as you can, yeah? And I'll make sure Blackthorn don't get cold feet.
Good luck with that. I'll see you there.
Dravozd.
I'm in and out of Tabor all the time on postings. Never made the trip to Dravozd, though. What if it's full of surly gits like Blackthorn?
It'll be a fun place.
Look, I said I'll go, and I will, but that doesn't make this a good idea. Zoltan will have turned the old of Dravozd against me. They won't be welcoming us with open arms. I'll keep the forge up.
If it's knowledge you seek, we've tomes of plenty.
Finally, let's head out. The sickle in Dalmekia. The sickle. I also feel like optimizing a bit. I think about what I want as a rotation. I still want to keep Aerial Blast because it's consistent damage, but I need something that I can do against the helpless people up there. Something that is continuous as well. I guess I could use Bahamut instead of using Titan. Raging Fists kind of like Gouge already. Wind Up is so good though. But is Bahamut better? Choco Time, get it? Comet. Comet reminds me of that. Comet is the name of a chocobo in this. God, I keep forgetting the content. It's part of the Evilise content in FF14. It's one of the, public encounters. The chocobo kills everyone. Yeah, so I guess Dread Comet is in a few FF. Okay, so the infamous Comet. Yeah, let's go with Bahamut. Or Ramu. Oops. Oh, you can lock abilities. Do I even need to master it if I'm not going to be mixing and matching? Maybe not. What's this? Oh, I could use this. Giga Flare. Against the people in the tornado? Huh. That'll be fun. Impulse, though. Now, Impulse and Satellite. Giga Flare is super cool, but nah, it's fine. One of the best things this game does for gameplay systems is to makes AoE actually readable, unlike most action games. Most of them you have to get hit by the attack. Right? They brought in the Final Fantasy 14 attack indicators. And I didn't realize, oh, it does work in a fast-paced action game setting. Like, understandable in an MMO, you have so much time to prepare, but in the moment as well, it's fun dodging those mechanics while having an amazing action game on top of it. I'm still deciding what I want to do. You know, may as well get the basics. What does taunt really do anyway? I guess it sets it up for a counter or a dodge. Let's try this. It's useful against normal enemies for baiting them and herding them. The Will of Lightning. Sword, please. There we go. Favor of Light, Flare Breath. I don't need Flare Breath. Increase God damage, increase Rising Flames damage, and Berserker Ring. There we go. 4 of the Icon's feats it works with, basically. Like Titan's counter and stuff. Sickle it is. We also have Blacksmith Blues over there. So let's kill the hunt mark on the way to Blacksmith's Blues.
Yeah.
Time to fight. No mistakes.
Yeah, the mount whistle. Good quality of life. Where are you, Chocobo? Oh wait, I'm facing the Chocobo with a build I'm not used to. Wait a minute, what? Is it there? Like they're not always accessible? That's weird. No striking. Hey, how's it going? Play the dialogues. Yeah, there's a full-on training ground in the hideaway. Maybe we have to kill the pack and the Chocobo will come out. We're gonna deal with Comet. Yeah, red Chocobo. But this time it's a rainbow Chocobo. Also named Comet. Well, that works. Shocktoberfest. What is the name of the place again? Play dialogues. I keep forgetting the zone, the open zone. Bozja. Oh my god, Bozja days. Bozja. Cannot believe I grinded so hard there. We spent so long, and you were the master of Bozja. Like, you knew all the farming patterns. That is just insane. People became so efficient at Bosnian Southern Front. It is interesting. It is so crazy. Yeah, Red Chucktober. Where the hell is it? What? It says the sickle, Dalmekia.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Is the sickle somewhere that's you have to enter? Thanks for the care package. 20k fragments? Is this still lucrative? If we can find it, the sickle's here. So it's supposed to be around. Oh, there he is. Oh no! Memories of Bosnia! Help!
That's like no chocobo I've ever seen. Something tells me it won't be easily broken. Too slow.
Whoa. Help! I'm out of charge.
Too slow.
I can't see anything. Choco Meteor! Ah! Stay in the air, goddammit. Let's get a 2. No. Oh, fine. 1. Goodbye, Chocobo. Yeah, it feels weird when I'm like, yay, charging Mega Flare, and like, what do I do? I wish you could at least like shoot, maybe, right? Like, at least cast while you're using Mega Flare, not just dodging. Because you get into an awkward moment where it's, oh, no one's looking at me anymore. I guess I'm gonna wait for the bar to fill up. So I feel like my DPS isn't as good as it could be if I play more aggressively, but it's fun to see. Yeah, no reflect.
There was nothing I could do.
It's okay. So Comet was like killing everyone. Yeah, the satellites. That's why I got the satellites. So at least there's damage while I'm charging. But in terms of synergizing with the others, not sure. I guess I can stick with these two while waiting for cooldowns. And then charge again when I have satellites on. Alright, let's do the side quest. We have to kill another. We have to kill a big Morbol. Yeah, imagine if normal dodging fills it up. That would be kind of bonkers. Since it's so easy to precision dodge here. But I could see that, like, keeping the tempo, right? Yeah, Titan's already dead, so I'll figure it out. If I don't like it, at least we can always respec. Dravozd.
Kicked out already?
No. This charmer ain't letting anyone through.
Why are the gates closed?
Chief's orders. No one's allowed in without his say-so. Not that I'd have let you in anyway. You look like trouble. I suggest you go home.
That's what I'm trying to do, you little prick. Ain't changed a bit, have you, Snotty?
No. It isn't. Blackthorn.
Long time no see, eh?
What the hell are you doing here?
Well, it was meant to be a surprise, but since you are so nicely, I'm here to see Zoltan, you fucking numbskull. Now let us through.
All right.
Zoltan's his rival.
Just don't go starting anything with the chief.
Yeah, I promise I won't throw the first punch. That good enough for you?
Yeah, it's one of those areas that become content only later on in the game. Dravozd. Hello. So many blacksmiths. Why is it a blacksmith town? Or should I say so many forges?
So this is Dravozd. Not much going on, is there?
It's a smithing town.
Smithing town.
When I was a lad, you'd have to shout to be heard over the sound of hammer on anvil. Clive, you're good with people. You speak to Sultan.
Hey, you ain't backing out now, are you?
There's a river of bad blood between me and the chief. But if someone can build me a bridge, then I'll cross it.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
I appreciate it. He'll be near the forge on the hill. It was our master's. He'd have inherited it when I left.
The forge on the hill.
Good luck. You'll be needing it.
Leather workers also have their own communities because of the stench. Ah, like Tabor. Makes sense.
Our master always liked to keep an eye on the village. That's why he built his forge up on the hill.
Wonder why Blackthorn and Zoltan fell out. Hammer envy?
Is that a thing?
Blackthorn's got some nerve coming back here.
Hammer envy.
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Shut your hole. The chief will think of something.
Learn how to start a fire. And use bellows. Oh wait, Sid invented bellows.
Mama, why hasn't Papa come back yet?
He's helping the chief with something very important. You go back inside now.
Hotter! Hotter, damn it! Those miserable flames wouldn't melt butter, let alone iron.
Pardon the intrusion. I'm looking for the chief.
That'd be me.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'll bet it is. Keep the gates closed, I tell him. Well done, Snotty. You're not welcome here. Get out. Before things turn nasty.
Blackthorn's here.
What did you say?
He's traveled a long way to see you.
Yes, has he?
He's waiting. Down by the gates.
Then I suggest you take him with you when you leave.
Didn't you apprentice together?
So what if we did? Fuck! We're getting nowhere! These bearers' flames are next to bloody useless!
We're never going to be able to fire up the forges unless we can find some new crystals.
I'm a busy man, as you can see, so do me a favor and piss off. Oh, and if you're struggling to find your way out, ask Blackthorn. That prick knows exactly where the exit is. He's not wanted here. And neither are you.
All right. I'm going.
I was contemplating whether I wanted to stream Kingdom Come Deliverance. I played the first few hours. Pretty interesting. Very involving.
Please, Chief, you've got to do something. If this keeps up, we'll be ruined.
I thought I'd made myself clear. Piss off.
It's no use. The flames just aren't hot enough.
I suppose we could try working copper instead. If we had the ore.
Mama, why hasn't Papa come back yet?
So I guess this is Blackthorn's hardened companion quest.
Would you like to see my wares?
Oh, the lion and the hare.
Thank you. Here you are. Certainly. May we meet again.
Isn't there anything we can do to help? It doesn't seem fair, the menfolk having to deal with all this on their own.
I've started putting peas and pulses in the pot. They fill the same hole for a fraction of the price of meat.
Peas and pulses?
Sorry, but if none of you lot can smell ore anymore, we're gonna have to start looking for new clients.
Ha! Good luck finding anyone else who can make a fire worth a damn.
Yeah, it's the extreme. You know, an entire world, entire continent dependent upon magic. They were probably thinking about, hey, you know what they say, how magic... People like to say, magic can solve all problems. Let's take it to the next level and make a society entirely dependent upon crystals. So I like how they kind of show you the contrast in the Hideaway where, you know, you learn how to stoke the fire, you learn how to heat up the forge, you start developing things, which is why mid is so dangerous, as mid's inventions will signal, you know, life post magic.
What's the point of mining this shit if no one can use it?
If they don't fix the forges soon, we'll be out of a job.
The sky sucked up all the ether or something. Would explain why nothing bloody works down here anymore.
Yeah, and the ether's also gone. So hey, no more magic, guys. Magic does not, after all, solve all problems. Oh ho. Meh.
But if we can't find the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Let me guess. Zoltan told you to piss off.
As a personal favor to him, yes.
Well, at least he didn't beat about the bush.
There'll be no talking him round. Not after what I did.
Which is what exactly? If we're to help, we need to know. What turned the village against you?
I left. Dravost. Zoltan. The burden of leadership our dying master dropped in our laps. All of it. There are two kinds of smiths in this world, you see. My kind, who are in it for the love of the craft, who labour on a single piece from dawn to dusk to get it just right. And the other kind, who are in it for different reasons. People like Zoltan, whose work is quick and cheap. The kind of smiths who shit out a few hundred blades, reap the profit, and divvy it out among themselves. There wasn't a single day we weren't at each other's throats. And bit by bit, people started taking sides. You would have torn Dravost in half had it gone on. So, I left.
You didn't have to do that.
Zoltan's a better chief than I would have been. His way of doing things kept food on people's tables. Dravost prospered without me and my lofty ideals getting in the road.
No compromise.
Until the crystals run out at any rate. Without magic to fire the furnaces, this place is as good as dead.
That's what I was thinking
Depends on
also.
how you look at it,
Zoltan!
There's got to be
Zoltan
other ways of
Shiv,
making
eh?
fire. We manage it in the Deadlands.
Thanks to Sid's ingenuity, yeah. He saw all of this coming. Knew crystals were the problem, not the solution. And spent years coming up with ways of doing without.
You know
Hell
what
yeah.
I mean, though, right? Where there's a will, there's a way. What I'm trying to say is that it's not your fault. You couldn't have predicted this.
It doesn't matter whose fault it is. I don't want to be the greatest smith alive just because I happen to be the last. Clive. Dravost won't last long without its furnaces. So, do you think it's time we shared Sid's bellows with the world? The way I see it, it's your decision to make.
Hold on, Blackthorn. Sid made those things for us. They give us an edge over the rest. And you'd be throwing it away.
All right. Do it. This place was your home. I won't abandon it to its fate. Sid's creations were never meant to be hoarded. It was only ever a matter of time before we shared them. Let this be another step on the road to freeing Valisthea from the prison of the Crystal's blessing. Dravost will show the world that it's possible.
Tech tree
Wouldn't you
upgraded.
agree, August?
When you put it that way, of course. It's like hearing Sid speak from beyond the grave.
Thank you, Clive.
Shall I go and fetch the plans, then?
I know I'm off by heart. I'll be needing some help, though. Building a furnace isn't exactly a one-man job.
Thank
Do
you
us
for
a
the lyric,
favour and
Vanua.
round up anyone strong enough to lug a brick or two, would you, August?
All right, then.
And I've got a job for you too, Clive. Finding me some salamander skin. I need leather for the bellows and nothing else will withstand the heat. Luckily for us, salamanders feed out in the fields of Carava.
Time for a spot of hunting, then.
Sid tried all sorts of leather to make those bellows, but salamander skin was the only kind that worked. Luckily for all our sakes, salamanders aren't too hard to find around these parts.
Very nice.
Don't worry, I'll get Blackthorn the help he needs. Once I've worked out who hates us the least.
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Blackthorn's got some nerve coming back here.
It is time to change the world. Well, we've already been doing that. But these bellows are a huge step.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Let's make this quick, shall we?
What? Rude. Go away. I'm here for your skin. Come here. No mistakes. Is it worth charging up Mega Flare while it's staggered? I don't think it's worth it. Wow. Okay, maybe it is worth charging during stagger. I just feel like I'm not dealing enough damage. Oh well. Some species of salamander are wont to shed their tail in order to escape predators. Alas, all those of sufficient size to provide the unblemished stretch of skin that Sid's bellows require have no predator but mankind, and are disinclined to part with their appendage.
I dare say that will be enough for a decent set of bellows.
What's this all about then?
Dunno. Some kind of new invention.
Too bad Leshkas isn't here. He'd be waiting for this moment. We should tell him about it tomorrow.
Good news, Clive. When I told people we'd be building them a new furnace, they were practically falling over themselves to help. Talk about changing their tune, eh?
Any trouble finding the skin?
Nothing I couldn't handle.
This should be plenty. Right then, time to put these louds to work. If everyone pulls their weight, we'll be finished in no time.
Well, I'll be damned. I honestly didn't think it'd work. But it's hot enough, all right. And without a single crystal in sight.
You know what this means, don't you?
I do, yeah. Dravost is saved.
Sorry about earlier. And take back everything I said. That thing you built us is an honest-to-God's marvel. You've saved our village.
It's Blackthorn you should be thanking. He oversaw the construction.
Give this to him, would you?
What is it?
Pet coal cinders. After he left, I spent years trying to eke the most out of our forges. That there was my answer. Chuck it in the fire, and your forge will burn hotter for longer, which will do wonders for your steel. Our secret for yours. Only fair. I've always envied Blackthorn. Since the day I became chief, I spent every spare moment trying to match up to the bastard. No amount of sleepless nights at the anvil will ever bridge that gap, though. He's a genius. Plain and simple. The man Dravosht needed. But he took all his talent and left. Gifted and free. Is it any wonder I hate his guts?
The cinders would mean more coming from you.
I need to forgive him first. And that's not gonna happen.
Well, you know what they say. Oriflamme weren't built in a day and all that. These things take time. Especially when they involve two geezers who hold grudges tighter than their hammers. But what matters is, Blackthorn's got that twinkle back in his eye. And I'd call that a job well done.
So would I.
I reckon he's going to be at it a while yet, though, so why don't you head off without us? I'll see that the old git gets home safe and sound.
See that you both do. I'll save the cinders till then.
All right. It'll be a nice little surprise for him. He's still explaining the ins and outs of the new forge, so I doubt we'll be going anywhere for a bit. No sense you waiting around anyway.
Don't go thinking those cinders mean I've forgiven Blackthorn. Because I haven't, and I won't. But knowing how much they improve my work, I can only imagine what they'll do for him.
Bearers, you are saved. You will not be turning to stone. In this case, replacing human labor with technology is the right decision. You know, don't use bearers anymore. Use bellows.
These things are going to take some getting used to.
Yeah. Give it a week, and you'll wonder why you ever bother with crystals. Let's run through it again, shall we?
Suddenly, everyone's
I want a
here.
set of these bellows for our forge.
Aha.
Well, I'm sure they'll make us some if you ask.
Damn, we could have profited off of this. Nah, Sid wouldn't want that.
The forges are back in action, and burning like the flames of hell itself, thanks to these new bellow things.
Right then, you lazy mongrels. Back to the mine. We've got forges to feed.
Very nice. Goodbye, Comet. Nice fighting you. Wait, we already killed this guy. Dread Dragon. Done. Whispering Waters in Rosaria. I'll save this quest for last. Quentin's quest. Shit, what was it again? Whispering Waters. Whispering Waters. Where the hell is Whispering Waters? Is it somewhere we've never been before? Ah, here we go. Right. BRB, can use the bathroom. Continue the hunt. Whispering Waters for Morbol time.
Come on.
This should be fun. Where are you, Carrot? Ugh. Oh.
You're right then.
No! Wrong ability.
Too slow.
deadliest carrot in the world, indeed. Dodging slows it down. God damn it. Come on! No! Almost staggered him. It's like Nier Automata.
Wake and win!
Oh, you can fire with the satellites! This changes everything! Mega Player 2! Okay, now we know we can fire with the satellites while we're charging. Mega Flare Finisher! Okay, now I don't feel so bad about the charging. So you can activate the satellites while you are charging. So it's like having your trusty pods. Morbol tendril. Extending from the underside of a morbol's body, these tendrils mainly serve the purpose of locomotion. When times are lean, however, they also can serve as temporary roots, drawing ethereal energies from the soil. Morbol flower. It is said a morbol only blooms once every 30 summers, and when it does that, the resulting flower emits such a noxious odor that flies, beetles, vultures, and other cravers of carrion are drawn from leagues around by the stench. The resultant convergence sees the flowers pollinated, with the morbol devouring those late to the festivities, obtained by defeating Carrot. Lovely.
That was definitely anything but ordinary. Now, let's get this vine back to the yard.
How do I cancel Mega Flare charge though? X. X. So let me try something. Yes, okay. Alright. Let's stick with this for a while. So we have like a summoner, we have a Bahamut face. Let's try to build like a summoner. Rotate like a summoner.
I'm all for making this town a welcoming place, but hospitality has its limits.
If you're wondering how this place got so busy, blame the ether. Guardians, bearers, folks from all over have come, seeking refuge from the floods, and the poor devils that drowned in them. For us who've lived here since back in Elwyn's day, it takes some getting used to. And sooner or later it's gonna take some sorting out.
Inn's full. Don't bother.
We never room in the inn. Damn it.
Look, Daddy. Shining so brightly. Isn't it pretty?
Yeah. Pretty blooming sinister.
Did you hear that Martha's been turning travellers away? Her beds are full of bearers. I was starting to warm to him. The way they help around the village and don't cause no trouble. But depriving Martha of paying customers. They're putting her on the road to ruin.
Oh dear, oh my.
Scouts have reported seeing more Akashic on Rhiannon's ride.
The road to Eastpool. We'll bolster the guard at the north gate then.
I'll build a barricade so sturdy, even a band of Curl
Bernard.
Blue couldn't break it down.
Wonderful creatures chocobos are. They're fast, strong, loyal, and best of all, they won't balk if you point them into the belly of a flood. Thick skins these birds have. Thicker than most, at least. Now, leave them in a flood too long and they'll turn, sure as eggs is eggs. But a quick dip in and out, and they're right as rain. Which is a boon to a trader like me. Reckon there's enough Akashic on the roads to worry about without this old girl turning.
Better be careful.
How do? Thanks very much. There you go. Fare thee well.
Just because the heavens have gone to rack and ruin, it don't mean we have to. Now, let's get this stall set out.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
Oh, 1,000 Akashic jaws couldn't hurt me. I'm a son of Rosaria, after all. A born survivor.
Mm-hmm.
The people of the rest may seem to be in high spirits, but give them a little wine, a little company, and the tears soon begin to flow. Don't keep your woes to yourself, soldier. Open those floodgates. You'll feel the better for it, believe you me.
The world seems to be changing so fast lately I can hardly keep up. But what I do know is that there's more bad news than good. You can tell that just by looking at people's faces.
Want to know how to tell if the world's going to rack and ruin? Look for busy bladesmiths.
I expect you heard what happened to the noble quarter. The ether just started pouring from the walls. We were lucky it didn't catch us in our bunks, or we'd have all turned. Where next for the Guardians, then? We were driven from Rosalith, then from the Lazarus. Probably be the rest next.
Not if we can stop it.
I've got greens of all shapes and sizes. Colours too. Mostly green, though.
Martha's bearers have been helping us keep the streets tidy. With all the traffic coming through here lately, we're glad of the help.
Forgot. Delete. Hunt's clear for now.
Martha's got a big heart. It's a pity there's so many who are happy to take advantage of it.
Have you heard the latest from Twinside? That the Empress is no more?
Never trust an owl bearing good news, I say. But if it is true, we might finally have a chance to get our country back.
Sorry, but if you're looking for a bed, there's none to be had right now. We're already sharing our cots with masterless bearers and those who fled the floods, and more seem to wash up at our door every day.
Ah, Clive. Just the man I was hoping to see.
Oh? And why is that?
You remember how some of Sir Wade's guardians took up residence here after the Akashic attacked? Well, now the rest have come to join him. Seems their barracks in the Lazarus have been lost to an ether flood. Now, I don't mind having a few more brave boys around to keep them animals at bay. I ain't daft after all. But we ain't got nowhere for 'em to bed down. Poor buggers are having to make do with haylofts and chocobo pens. I'd build 'em a new barracks here if I could. But where would I put 'em? There just ain't enough room up here on the rock. Which leaves us in a bit of a pickle. The people we're counting on to keep us safe are living like beggars.
I see.
And it isn't just that lot. There's bearers to think about too. There's been more and more of them turning up lately, coming from all over looking for safe haven. But there's only so many we can shelter with the room we've got. We can't keep cramming more and more people into less and less space. What we need is a new home for our new arrivals. And that's what I was hoping you might help me with. If it ain't too much of a burden, of course.
Help Martha with her overcrowding problem? It's no burden.
It's no burden.
Thank you, Clive.
So, where were you thinking of making this new home?
Well, I reckon we could do a lot worse than Eastpool.
Eastpool. It's been a long time since I thought about that place.
It was a tragedy, what happened. And if any of us could have done anything to stop it, we would have. But what's done is done. And those who lived there wouldn't have wanted the village they loved to be left in ruins.
I suppose you're right.
The blight might be pressing in, but I reckon it's got a good few years left in it yet. There's just one problem. A band of cutthroats have made it their den, and they don't seem like they'll be moving on in a hurry. Nasty bastards they are too. I've lost some good men to their raids. Would have sent someone to clear 'em out sooner if my boys didn't already have their hands full fending off the Akashic. But now we've got a few more guardians of the flame to call on. I reckon it's time we made our move. What do you say? Fancy leading a raiding party?
I do. Eastpool was once home to people I loved. I won't have bandits sully those memories. I'll gladly drive them out of there.
And I know the men will gladly follow you. I've already shared a few thoughts with Sir Wade about how we might be able to win the place back.
Murder!
And I dare say he's got some ideas of his own too. Why don't you go and talk to him?
Of course.
Hey, welcome back, Master Ramen Pork. You just woke up? Final Fantasy, we are dealing with the side quest now. Kind of awkward, given where the main scenario quest left us. Like, Jill was captured and then suddenly side quests. Like, I know I could do the main quest, but I want to get the side quest out of the way. It's just weird pacing at this point. The worst Rhea? Sorry, I don't think I understand
nice
that.
Little home for a few bearers and guardians with a mind to make a go of it. Once those blasted bandits have been sent packing, that is.
Other than that, we took care of a few hunts. Final Fantasy is still fun.
Let's hear your plan.
And we're gonna talk to Sir Wade now. Where are you, Sir Wade?
I'm all for making this town a welcoming place, but
I didn't see you there.
So Wade, it's good to see you well.
And you, Lord Rosfield. And you.
I spoke with Martha. She tells me you have plans to free Eastpool and make it your own.
That's right, though it was mostly her idea. I rather fear my men have been treading on her toes somewhat since joining us, not to mention each other's. And then there are the bearers, men and women who found the courage to flee their masters and sought refuge here. We need somewhere to settle them, and I can think of worse places than Eastpool.
As can I. Which is why I agreed to help you win it back.
That's very kind of you. I'd be most grateful if you would. With you beside us, we shall soon send that rabble of rogues running for the hills.
So, what can you tell me?
That thankfully there aren't too many of them. Fewer than a dozen at our last count. And rather less, thankfully. The road that leads there will more than likely still be crawling with Akashic. A small force would suffice to clear the village, but if the Akashic were to follow them in, that force could end up trapped between a rock and a very hard place indeed.
I'll head into Eastpool and deal with the bandits. You and the Guardians can stay outside the village and fend off any Akashic who come too close. Make sure I'm not taken unawares.
I can't ask you to bear all that risk yourself, my lord.
The Akashic are the bigger risk. I can handle a few bandits.
Well, if you're sure, I shall summon my men at once.
Shall I wait for you here?
No need, my lord. You go on ahead. We'll be with you before long.
All right. I'll meet you at Eastpool then.
We shall see you there. And may victory await our coming.
Time for murder. Let's go, Torgal. Can we find them? Are they outside? Here we go. Bandits! Hello there. No talk. Okay.
You just walk in here.
Oh, we just did. Come on, mate.
Now, or face the consequences. that then.
What the?
Or maybe not.
Yum.
What's that thing doing here? Doesn't matter. It goes too.
Ow. Ah. Two scoops, yep. How's it going, Lechards? I discovered a new technique. I can fire with my sentries while I charge. Whoa. Yum. Hope you had an enjoyable birthday and an amazing steak, which looked absolutely delicious.
I'll take that as a no.
So, we're just doing side quests.
A magnificent display, my lord.
Jill's captured.
I thought
Now
you were
what?
keeping an eye out for a Kashik.
We were. Put down more than a few on the road, then arrived just in time to see you slay that... whatever it was.
Pudding?
Let's hope it was the last of its kind. Though I expect you and the Guardians will be up to the challenge should another appear.
I would hope so, my lord.
Your men will be bringing the bearers who'll be living here, I assume. It might be best to send word for them to come right away, before any other unsavory characters move in.
Of course. I'll send orders for them to depart immediately. Leave it with me, my lord.
I like that we get Eastpool back, though.
Home. Without masters.
No. We're the masters now.
Yikes.
Our lives are our own at last.
Phrasing.
That's all of them. And not a single Akashek in sight. Now to begin the important work of rebuilding the place. It won't be easy. Especially not after 5 years of beasts and blackguards having their wicked way with the place. The masonry might still be sturdy enough, but half the beams are rotted. Those that weren't lost in the fire or burned by the bandits, that is. It'll take a bit of elbow grease, but we'll see Eastpool rise again. Just you wait.
So wait. Lady Hannah is buried here. If you don't mind, I'd like Oscar to join the rebuilding efforts. He should be a part of this.
All right, I have a squire.
I couldn't agree more.
I'll let Martha know that everyone arrived safely. If you need anything more, you have only to send a Stolas.
And we will, my lord. Safe travels.
So this is nice, because it means a lot.
Safe hands. Time to go and tell Martha the good news.
Because Eastpool used to be a haven for runaway bearers, and they were persecuted for that. So now, we'll get to turn it around and revive the place.
First things first, we'll need to get a few of these roofs seen to. Wouldn't want to be caught in a storm without any shelter.
Well, there's a lot that needs doing, and no mistake. We'll have to fatten the bearers up a bit so they can pull their weight and actually make a difference.
Yeah, health first.
So this is our new home, is it?
Oh, this is Lady Hannah's, right? Oh well.
Guardians of the Flame were true friends to the rest. They fought our enemies, manned our barricades, joined us on our patrols. Now they're gone, I suppose it's back to double shifts.
Hey, you can help each other out. You're neighbors.
I think we're all of us glad to see the Bearers and the Guardians find a home for themselves over in Eastpool. Not least because it feels like we've finally got ours back. And for that, I can't thank you enough.
Can't say it wasn't a relief to see the better part of the Guardians finally taking their leave. We barely had room to breathe, what with them and us and all the others all crammed in together. They were good lads, though. I'll miss not having them around.
Oh.
Are the bearers taking well to their new home, do you know? I sometimes worry how they'll manage without me to cook and clean for them.
They'll manage.
You heard the latest from Twinside. That the Empress is no more.
Never trust.
Ah, there you are. All went well then. Sir Wade told me you got rid of the bandits while his lot kept an eye out. Nicely done. And what's all this about some shape-shifting nightmare showing up? On second thoughts, don't tell me. It'll only give me nightmares of me own. What matters is you did it. And now we can build our new village.
I suppose it will be. What will you call it?
What else? Eastpool. Sir Wade said it best. There's plenty bad happened to that place, but that don't undo the good that happened there. No need to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Did Wade say that?
Well, something along those lines. Anyway, the poor souls might have made it to Eastpool, but their work ain't done yet. So the way I see it, neither is mine. If it's food or lumber or strong backs they need, the rest is ready to provide it.
Thank you, Martha.
No, thank you. You didn't have to help us.
I wanted to.
Yay. Let's do Dalmekia next.
Eastpool's been in ruins for years, so wonder any of it's still standing. But with a bit of lumber, a lick of paint, and a lot of hard work, they'll make a home of it yet.
Aye, aye. Hold up. There's a quest. Boklad. These two.
If we're going to do this, we'll need help.
Then we'll have to find it, and fast. We cannot let this chance pass us by.
Well, would you look at that? Help!
Clive, your timing is impeccable. It just so happens that right at this very moment, we're in need of someone with your talents.
And what talents would those be?
Why, your fearlessness, and your skill with a blade.
I'm listening.
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, when these dark skies swept over the Republic, so too did a wave of chaos and confusion. Randalar has been particularly badly affected. Many of the capital's bearers have lost their masters, or taken the opportunity to flee them. None remain free for long, of course. Most find themselves under the protection of the Fist before they get far. But the army too is in disarray, and finds itself unable to provide for its new charges. Which means it has been looking to sell.
And you've been looking to buy, to make sure these masterless bearers remain that way.
Precisely. It's the perfect opportunity to free dozens more, and for an attractive price, no less.
So where does my skill with a blade come in?
Though we may have the funds to buy these bearers, we have nowhere to house them.
So we kill more
so
bandits.
So we've been searching for a place where they can be resettled. Somewhere far from the prying eyes of those who would see them enslaved once more. And we believe we have found one. Cashlock. A small hamlet hidden in a canyon. The place was abandoned a long time ago, but when the men moved out, The beasts moved in.
Beasts now.
And so we seek the aid of a fearless swordsman to encourage them to look elsewhere. You'll help, won't you?
Help clear the beasts from Cashlock? How could I refuse?
How could I refuse?
Excellent. Theo, if you wouldn't mind making arrangements for the transportation of our guests, as we discussed.
Of course. Leave everything with me.
Sounds like you'll have your work cut out for you.
I will. We have an entire village to stock and furnish. Residents and all. Even if I begin right now, I'll be working day and night. So I'd better get started. Try to clear the place out before the wagons roll in, won't you?
I'll do my best.
You will find a village in Chairdra's Thread, past Lateney's Cleft. My man there will open the gate for you.
All right. Wish me luck.
I'm sure you won't need it. Pass through Lateney's Cleft, and you'll see what's left of Cashlock down in the valley.
Cashlock. I'm guessing we have to take the long way, because that's above. No, we can go down from here. All right.
Ready, go? Yeah!
Oh, you're a friend of the Crimson Caravans. And by the look of you, I'd say you were the help they told me was on its way. Cashlock's just down there, if you'd be so kind.
Of course. Not gonna be mugged by goblins here. Let's go, Ambrosia.
Let's go. This must have been a nice place once. It will be again. Finished.
Charge! Come on. Too slow.
Over here!
100 MFPS.
That's all of them. Come on, Toggle. Let's head back to Boklad.
I sense a chest nearby. This is a pretty big place. It'll be interesting to see it come to life. There's the chest.
Something the matter, Theodore? Quiet.
Those are our terms. I trust that you will give them your full consideration.
I shall. Thank you.
Him again.
Someone you know?
Yes. And, no. But enough about him. How did you fare down in Cashlock?
It's done. The village is safe now.
You made quick work of it, as always.
I should go and let Eloise know.
Don't let me keep you. But Clive, don't tell her I was watching her, will you? She'll only get upset. I'll explain everything once you've finished with your report.
Right. We'll speak then.
Porterage fees, consultations 100 talents, transportation domestic 500 talents. So 1 talent is what, 1,000 gil? Transportation external 1,000 talents. All prices per wagon, monies up front. Additional fees for heavy or unstable loads. Consult within.
Eloise, I just got back from Cashlock. The village should be safe now.
Thank you, Clive. Here, something for your trouble. Well then, now that you have laid the groundwork for our little project, I suppose we'd better finish the job. The first thing we'll need to do is make sure our offer for the bearers is accepted.
You're still in negotiations?
We are. A trusted colleague has been dealing with the Fist on our behalf, but things have been trickier than we anticipated. I suppose it's to be expected. This is the army we're dealing with. Fighting's what they do. But we shall emerge victorious in the end.
Well, if you need any help, you know where to find me.
I'm not sure I do. But thank you, all the same.
Actually. Send a Stolas. So this quest line isn't over yet.
Ah, Clive.
You wanted to talk?
The man I was watching earlier, the one speaking to my sister. He represents the Silver Peak Consortium. It's one of the bigger trading houses.
I don't think I've heard of them.
Well, every trader in Dharmekia has. They operate across the length and breadth of the Republic. And they're still expanding. They've been trying to get Eloise to join their ranks for some time now, and judging by her reaction earlier, I'd say she had half a mind to accept their latest offer.
And you'd rather she didn't?
I would rather she did what makes her happy, and I would never deny her such an opportunity. Eloise saved me from slavery, and we have striven to save others like me ever since. But this was not the life my sister wanted, nor the one she deserves. I won't let her give up on her dreams again for my sake. She freed me from my bonds, and she must be freed from hers in turn.
You're a good man, Theo.
I have always been grateful for what my sister did for me, and I want to repay the favor by letting her live her own life. But each time an opportunity to do just that arises, she turns it down. For my sake.
She loves you.
And I love her. Which is why I want this time to be different. To show her that I don't need to be watched over anymore. Though I'm sure I'll still need some help from time to time. I trust that I can count on you.
Always.
Thank you, Clive. Well then, I had better get back to work. These bearers aren't going to move themselves. That's a job for the Crimson Caravans. This could well be the last commission the Crimson Caravans undertakes. Under present management, at least. But don't tell my sister I said that, will you?
Mm-hmm. Two quests on Lost Wing. Tears of Mercy. I don't want to do that yet. I want to save that, actually. Actually, no, let's do it already. That's the last one. Everything is turning in. Okay, for great justice then. Let's see what happened to Quentin.
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need behind.
This is war.
You know what you have to do.
I won't let you down.
Quentin?
Clive, I fear that I must bid you farewell. As you know, our time grows short. The Lord Chief Justice's
Good night. Thank you for being here and
vultures are
hanging out.
circling.
Potato Dialogues.
We must strike
I'll
now.
see you over the weekend.
Before we part, I want you to know that, though I may not always have been your most vocal ally, I trust you, as I trusted your predecessor.
Thank you.
We're just gonna clear up these side quests.
I appreciate the sentiment, and I understand more than anyone how you feel. But is revenge really the answer?
It is the one I found, and it is all that I have lived for since that day.
But what of Lostwing? Everything you've built.
I built Lostwing to achieve this aim. Once it is done, the village will have served its purpose. My comrades and I are sure of our cause, and we shall fight to the last, come what may. But there are those among us who cannot fight. Children, the elderly, bearers afflicted by the curse. I would place Lostwing in their hands, if I thought it would do them any good. But a village home only to the frail and the infirm is not likely to stay a safe haven for long. And so, Clive, I find myself turning to you once more. Will you take them to your hideaway, that they might live even should Lostwing die?
Take the vulnerable villagers to the hideaway. I will.
I will.
Thank you. I will not have it said that I did not see to the well-being of those who rallied to my cause. The people I speak of have withdrawn to Gotan's Bales, away from danger in case the Black Shields strike.
Understood. I'll make sure they get to the hideaway safely.
Then the last of my preparations are complete. Fare you well, Clive. And may Griga guide us. All of us. Those who cannot join us in the coming fight are gathered at Gotan's bales. I would ask that you see them to safety.
I'll search the village one last time for any stragglers. Then join Master Quinton and get some justice.
Damn. Golden spells.
To Gotan's bales then, and quickly, before anyone else finds them. Everyone, Quinton has asked that you come with me. He can no longer guarantee your protection, but I can. There's a safe place I can take you to.
Well, if that's what the Master thinks best. Sid, none of us would be standing here today if it weren't for Master Quinton. We owe him our lives. So we ain't about to start telling him what he should do with his. If he's saying we ain't safe in Lostwing no more, it's 'cause he ain't coming back. And if that's what has to happen, then so be it. I only hope he can see this through to the end. That we get to see justice done.
I hope so too.
Oi!
Oi?
You lot! Where's everyone else? They ain't already left, have they?
They've gone with Master Quinton.
Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!
Uh-oh.
What's wrong?
I've just come from the Justice's manor. We have to get Quinton to call off the attack. It ain't just the Black Shields protecting the place. He's got a guard dog and all. A fucking monster. They don't stand a chance against that thing. If I don't get the message to them, they're all gonna fucking die.
No. We can't let this happen. Sid! Don't worry about us. You've got to catch up with him. We can't let Quinton die before that bastard does.
All right. I'll do what I can. Where is this manor?
It's way over to the east, through the woods. Heaven Hall, he calls it.
Promise us, Sid. Promise us you'll do what you can.
The manor's to the east of Lostwing, through the woods. Quinton and the others will be halfway there already. You have to hurry.
Please, Sid, you've got to catch up with him. Don't let all our work be in vain.
I still haven't paid Quinton back for saving my life. So don't let him die. Not yet.
Yes, there are more side quests to do. Where is this place? Far to the east. Ah, it's this place. We went there before, but it was empty. We also have a quest over here, though. So let's... 2 in 1. On the way, let's pick up that quest. What? I can't call him? Why no chocobo? Oh, there.
Faster!
Go mug someone else. Oh, here we go.
Enrique could have mentioned his spiders would be the size of curls.
Huh. Welcome back, Banner. Just doing side quests. How is the grass? I also found out I can shoot lasers. What? What? They reset? What? No! That is not magnificent. I went out of the aggro zone. What? Again? I have to stay inside this one zone. Fine. Let's do that again. There we go. And after that, we're gonna go for Revenge. Spider Eye. The creature from whom this orb was plucked is of the order commonly known as Weeping Widows, whose venom is produced not in the salivary gland, but in the tear duct. They are wont to spin their webs in shaded bowers or the roofs of dark caves and rain their paralytic tears upon any animal unlucky enough to pass beneath them. The prey, once rendered immobile, is bound in gossamer silk for later consumption. That is so edgy. Your tears literally paralyze.
Hopefully one won't be enough.
Time for vengeance. This is for Quentin. We need to stop them before it's too late. Because they found out that they have a giant dog or something. Wrong one. I should have gone to that one. Whatever.
Time to fight.
Here, Quentin's chocobos. Hope we're not too late.
Damn it. Don't tell me I'm too late.
Oh shit. He said it. This can't be how it ends. Oh god. Quentin.
Quentin, are you all right?
No. But I am alive. Which is more than I can say for my comrades. They followed me without question all the way here. And they died. For nothing.
Is a trap? Oh.
This must be the guard dog. Quentin. I'll hold it off. You go.
But...
Your comrades didn't die for nothing. They died for you. Don't let their sacrifice be in vain.
I won't.
Finish it!
Come on, then. You're no guard dog. There's a rabbit beast that needs to be put down.
Okay. Getting used to this rotation, kinda. Surprisingly, a dissection of Curl's whisper. Right, we got that. Curl whisper. There's a curl!
If only we'd arrived earlier.
Was your justice done, Quentin?
Is it over?
It is. He wept.
Oh, shit.
And begged for mercy. And I cut him from ear to ear. Just as I dreamed of doing all these years. All my plans. Building a haven in Lostwing. Freeing bearers from their chains and recruiting them to my cause. It was all for this. But what is this? Justice? My faithful comrades. All those lives lost. So that I might take another.
Quentin.
Master Quentin! Oh, thank Grieger you're safe.
You're alive.
And so are you. I'm so sorry. I tried to warn you about that thing. And I hate to say it, but there's more bad news.
The bears died?
It's Lostwing.
Oh shit.
It's been flooded.
What? Lostwing. My Lostwing.
And look who's here.
They must have stolen in after we left, just before the flood struck. What if there are still people in there?
Quentin, no!
Don't be a fool!
Damn. This is how it ends.
It's not going to last long in there. Come on, Torgal. We need to make this quick.
Quentin.
Fire and flame! Stay down!
Stop that. I hope Quentin didn't die. But wow, what a way to go.
I need to find Quentin.
We're gonna have to slay him? Oh, he didn't make it.
Quentin! Quentin! Look at me! Thank the Founder. He hasn't turned. I'm going to get you out of here.
Okay.
Welcome back to the land of the living.
Is Lostwing?
The flood has filled the valley.
I see. Then all is at an end. A strange way to achieve one's life's ambition.
No, Master Quentin. Save your strength.
Why? All that I strove for is gone. Only emptiness remains. I have nothing left to live for.
What the heck are you on about? You've got us, ain't you? Don't try telling me you only freed us so you could get revenge. We're more than that to you, and we all know it.
I thought you weren't coming back. But I prayed, and you did. There's got to be a reason for that, right? Can't we just go back to how it was? You know, you looking after us all.
Your work ain't over yet, Master Quentin. We believed that you were the right man to lead us, and we still do.
Your village may be lost, but it seems your people aren't, so long as you remain to guide them.
But why? After what why would anyone follow me?
'Cause we're family, aren't we?
Family?
It's the F word.
Yeah, and all our comrades who went with you, they felt the same. Lostwing weren't just a village. It was all of us.
It was. And as long as we're still here, it is too.
We can start again. Build a new Lostwing. Right here in the Bales.
A fresh start. One life ends, and another begins. Why just a village? We could build towns. A nation, even. What's to stop us?
That's the Master Quentin we know.
Please. I am nobody's master. Quentin will suffice. After all, we are family.
He smiles with blood all over his apron.
Permit me to withdraw my request. I will no longer be needing your help in looking after my people.
I'll pretend you never asked.
But you must be rewarded for your efforts on our behalf. You saved my life twice over. And more besides.
A bottle or two of your finest red will suffice.
Of course. Nothing but the best. And I have a feeling that this year's vintage will be the finest yet. If you don't mind waiting, that is.
I look forward to it.
Murder! I like that. I like mixed feelings and emotions from it. Well done. Hanged Man signboard. The emblem of the Hanged Man, the tavern at the heart of Lostwing. The village is a haven for the downtrodden built around a fallen ruin, one as apt to reveal its secrets as the Hanged Man's enigmatic tavern keeper.
They are right, you know. Lostwing can be rebuilt. It was more than a mere village. More than a staging ground for revenge. It was a vision of how life might be. Of how we who have suffered can come to find family again.
And so Quentin's arc is complete. Because he lost his family to that guy.
We may be bruised, we may be battered, but we won't stop fighting.
Master Quentin needs us now more than ever.
I'd have followed Quentin to that manor if I could have done, and I'll keep following him now. Wherever that surly bastard cares to lead us.
Quentin's gonna build us new Lostwing, and I'm gonna help.
You do that, boy. Alright. Let's turn everything in.
Cole said it was an army of Akashic.
We have more. We have an. Oh, it's a B rank, not an S rank. The man in black. The greater part of those black shields who spied on Lostwing were taken by the Ether Flood. However, we have received reports that one yet survives, a zealot of the evil cause who persists in delivering any bearer who strays too close to his hiding place to a gruesome death. Alas, he has heretofore proved more than a match for the Cursebreaker sent to slay him. We return to Lostwing and Sanbreque to take care of this hunt. Our work is not done. Where are you, you bastard? Lostwing, huh? Well, I doubt the hunt marks in the Ether Flood. Could he be? No, this is in a combat zone. So maybe here? In the cellar passage? Probably. What happened to the lady here? Did she stay after all? No. Great Krieger. This looks like it. Wait, no, this is where he fought Benedicta. Maybe he made it his hideaway? There, yes. Alright. Holy Trumpeter.
Bring out the Americans! Let me and my daughter purge them of their sin!
Right. Oh shit.
Hold still. You're not leaving. Ready?
That is fun. Nope. All right. Now this place is officially clean.
Your work here is done.
Songs should we listen to? All of them.
What can I get you, Sid? The usual, then.
How many drinks does it take to unlock new dialogue?
Don't be a stranger, Sid.
Gentlemen, I see you both made it home in one piece.
Yeah, well, we didn't want to outstay our welcome. The whole village turned out for a go on the bellows after you left. Everyone except Zoltan, that is. Didn't see hide nor hair of him.
Oh, but that reminds me. I have something for you.
Pit Coal Cinder. Sooty black shards recently removed from the equally sooty black depths of the Dravozh mines. Scattering them over a fire produces a hot crimson flame, for which effect the substance has long been highly prized by desert fortune tellers looking to strike the fear of the inferno into their superstitious clients. We also introduced bellows to the world now.
Pitco Cinder? How'd you come by this? And you're sure he wanted me to have it?
I'm sure. He didn't say so, but I think he wants to forgive you.
Huh. Imagine that. Yeah. You know I could never leave this place, don't you? Every time you put on mail, you and the curse breakers are trusting me with your lives. There's no greater honor for a smith than that. I'm not about to go crawling back to Zoltan for forgiveness, but I will make good use of his cinder. And if that helps save even a single life, then he'll have my gratitude. What was it you said he called me? Huh? A genius? And he spent sleepless night trying to copy me, did he? Sounds like I better get to work. I've got a reputation to uphold.
It's good to see you back on form, Blackthorn.
I don't know how you pair put up with me sometimes, but I'm grateful all the same. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, about to put Zoltan back in his place.
Well, healthy competition, I guess.
Ain't got the art to tell him how similar they are. Stubborn bastards.
A little healthy competition should be good for him.
Precisely.
You're not wrong. Still, it's a shame him and Zoltan couldn't let bygones be bygones. No use grumbling about it now, though. Blackthorn's happy. Or as near to happy as he gets. And that's good enough for me.
Ouroboros design draft. A diagram detailing the steps to craft a belt to end all belts. Since we did all the hunts, we probably can craft Ouroboros.
Yep. So, what'll it be?
What? We can't? We need a stone tongue? Probably from that hunt mark we just got. Wait. No.
Anything else?
Oscar.
My Lord Marquis, I heard about Eastpool. That some of my fellow guardians are to build a new home there, both for themselves and for Madame Martha's bearers. Is it true?
It's true. The village is to be rebuilt.
I have many fond memories of Eastpool. When I was a child, we would visit my aunt and uncle often. They would lavish attention upon me as if I were the son they never had. I went to see Aunt Hannah after my uncle passed away, but not nearly as often as I should have.
Oscar, I'd like you to assist Sir Wade in the rebuilding efforts.
But my lord, my training is not yet complete. I couldn't possibly.
I warned you I might not be the easiest of masters, but I'm not as hard-hearted as that. Go. Be with your aunt. Rebuild her home. Is what she would have wanted.
Yes, my lord. Thank you, my lord.
And so ends his squire. Squire Lai?
I will not forget this kindness, my lord.
At a short
I
lived.
shall go to Eastport, but as soon as the rebuilding work is complete, I promise to return.
I see. Starting over, Quentin. Clive, I cannot begin to thank you for all you have done for Lost Wing. So, in lieu of any awkward remerciements, I shall be sending several barrels of next season's vintage. I can only hope they finally turn you off that foamy swill you and your so covet. Quentin. The emblem of the Hanged Man, the tavern that sits at the heart of Lostwing, now in the depths of an ether flood. It depicts a hooded, bound, and starved man hung by the ankles, perhaps contemplating how he will take his vengeance on those who made him this way. Now that Quentin strives to build a new future for the remains of his Lostwing family, mayhap the Hanged Man will rise again, but likely under a different name. Wow, we still have so many memories. I don't think we're even close to being finished with the game.
It's knowledge you seek.
Oh! You take care now.
He's a surly soaker.
Sid, I can't help but notice that your satchel is twitching in a most violent manner.
Morbol tendril.
Here. It's your problem now.
What an amazing specimen. The flesh positively throbs with vitality. If I can successfully graft this to the Morganbeards... When I successfully graft this to the Morganbeards, I suspect the results will be immediate. I shall begin at once.
You might create a new terror of this hideaway. Wow. Okay. This feels like
it is just as I hoped.
It is complete.
Witness how the Morganbeards have taken to the blighted soil. How they bloom with heretofore unseen vigor.
Wow.
Why, I dare say such a vine graft would yield similar results when applied to other specimens as well.
I'm glad I could be of assistance.
You've not only helped us, Sid, you've saved us. Do you recall the extract with which I provided you before? I took a moment to distill some more, but this time with the petals from the invigorated Morganbeards. And would you believe? Its potency has nearly doubled.
Better potions, you say?
You must accept this file as thanks for your assistance. The rest, I shall give to Taya.
The music reminds me of Aerith. This whole place does. Please, sir, can I have some mobile? What a quest name. Invigorated Morganbeard extract. If adding the extract of Morganbeard petals to curative or performance-enhancing potions increases their potency, then imagine what adding the extract of Morganbeard petals fortified with the vigor of a Morbol gripped with madness might do. And ta-da-dan. You've obtained a vial of invigorated Morganbeard extract, further increasing the potency of most consumables. Both potions and high potions now restore even more HP, while Strength, Stone Skin, and Lionheart tonics last even longer. Yay.
Allow me to thank you again, Master Sid. I do believe you have quite a knack for this sort of work. Should you ever grow tired of saving the realm, we would happily welcome your assistance here in the backyard on a permanent basis. I jest, of course.
I just cut up mobiles. Solange, scandalmonger.
A few more of these, and the Deadlands will seem less dead.
Uh-huh.
These flowers are beautiful. We do we have to boil them all down to make medicine.
A trader from across the sea once told me that on the continent they play music for their crops. Would you like that, Martel?
Well, the backyard's happy.
Sid! Heard you were in Canberra fetching young Ned.
I was.
Miss Shirley.
How can we learn to be clever?
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone.
It'll be over soon, I promise. You'll have your tears before long.
Ugh, there's really no way to reverse it.
Thank goodness you're back. Talia looks like she's about to collapse.
Is this what you needed?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Clive. I'm loath to give a patient Alicia, but Talia's right. Sometimes it's all we can do. A single dose dulls even the most agonizing pain, and all other sensation with it. It may be a gentle way to die, but it is death nonetheless. I wish there was another way.
Wouldn't it suck if we find a way that you can find a way to reverse the petrification? Oh, not that this time.
How are you feeling?
Light, mid-here. Drifting on waves.
Good. Just relax. Let the waves carry you to a better place.
Thank you, Daya. I'm so proud of you.
Wonder if that is her dad.
He's gone. Thank you, Rodrigue. And you, Clive?
I'll see that he's properly laid to rest.
The man you helped today was my mentor, back in the Southern Isles, on the front lines of some meaningless war. I was still a child when they shipped me to their triage tents, to treat the wounded with my gift. But in such blighted lands, I was next to useless. Until he taught me the true physicker's art, that is.
An art we would be lost without.
Tears of mercy were his gift to the bearers of the world. A respite from the agony of the curse's end.
And a kindness Sid would have approved of.
You know as well as I what life is like for a bearer soldier. Marched from one battle to the next, never knowing which might be your last. A commander may care nothing for the bearer spent in his service. But my mentor's gift gave the dying one fleeting moment of tranquility before the end.
I've no tears left, Clive. I've seen too many of my friends taken. Something needs to change. And we need to be the ones to change it.
And we will. I promise.
I hope so.
Damn. Reminds me of Shani. In the novels, at least.
Clive, I wanted to give you something for the kindness you showed my mentor.
You should put icons
What's
on these
this?
important conversations.
A chest of all the medicines you're ever likely to need. Seeing as you're so reluctant to come to the infirmary, I thought you might as well take a part of the infirmary with you.
I'm sure it will be very helpful indeed. And Taya, try not to work too hard.
And work Rodrigue all the harder, you mean? He's a quick study, but he's got a long way to go yet. I'll take that particular piece of advice when you heed it yourself, thank you very much.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Besides, who else is going to see that your brother takes his medicine?
Who indeed?
I'm glad I was there for his final moments. He deserved the peace he chose.
Are these the important... Wait. So the memories are really hard to find. Because you don't see an icon for it. You have to look for the NPC and talk to them.
If bearers were truly free, we wouldn't need to make decisions like these.
Yeah.
I'm glad I was there for his final moments. He deserved the peace he chose.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Come to claim your just desserts?
A fitting performance. I keep forgetting who Victor is. I'm gonna search for him in tomes. Natalie reports an unexpected surplus in Dalimil stores, and as a means of showing the town's gratitude for past assistance, has expressed her distinct wish that one Lord Underhill partake in their good fortune. Thank you,
You earned
Victor.
this. Best of luck out there, Sid.
Fancy a look at the list, do you? Anything catch your eye?
That is good to see. No more quests.
Seen enough?
Can we save Jill now? We'll do that tomorrow.
Go on then. They're all waiting for you. Wouldn't want them saying I kept you.
Cole said it was an army of Akashi. What will happen?
There's Yota.
Lord Marquis, you seem unwell. I know His Grace has asked that I remain here with your people. But if you were to require my services, I could leave for the Free Cities at once.
She's so eager.
Lord Marquis, you seem unwell. I know His Grace has asked that I remain.
Let's visit the people down here. They rarely get the time of day.
How much longer do you think the skies will stay foul, Master Bardolph?
I can't rightly say. Doesn't mean we can slack off in the meantime, though, does it?
Oh, come on.
Ah, Sid. If you're after a dinghy, I'd just let the last one go. Bloke who bought it weren't in any shape to be rowing, but that's for Taya to worry about.
That was Dion. Pretty sure he returned to the Empire. Check on things after what he did. Sorry, it wasn't entirely his fault.
If it's knowledge you seek.
So we probably just missed the memories. Oh well. There's so many. Medicine chest. A beautifully... It's funny. She gives you this chest to make sure that you take the infirmary outside with you, but it just ends up in our bedroom. Great. Medicine chest. A beautifully carved chest that opens to reveal countless compartments full of tonics and tinctures. As Clive often proved a difficult patient, reluctant to come to the infirmary, Tarja commissioned this curio that he might take a part of the infirmary with him. That is massive, though, but I do like the look of it. See, so many memories we failed to pick up. Sad. I feel like this is like the last part of the game, which is why they're all lined up here. Wait, no. There's just no specific order to them. Who is Victor? I must know.
We all know that bearers have a resilience to the ill effects of ether. But don't you find it strange that there are those who, despite being free of magic's burden, can seemingly pass through a flood without consequence? I asked our luresman how this could be, and he suggested that it might have something to do with bloodlines. Many of the realm's dominants are born to specific families, you see. The Rasfields, the Lesages. So there must be something in those families' blood that provides them with the potential to become vessels for icons. But what about the ones who don't awaken? Could it be that this same potential provides them with something of the same immunity? Your uncle's recent travels with you across the ether-ravaged countryside would certainly suggest so. And yet, what about Gav? Well, in smaller, more isolated populations, bloodlines are less diluted. Hence, Shiva's dominant sometimes awakening in the child of a common northerner. And our scouts not having turned 100 times over.
That is an important detail. I did not know he would venture into ether floods, Gav. I guess he's special
Let
too.
me help. I know my letters. Most of them anyway.
Very well. The more eyes we have poring over these tomes, the sooner we'll find answers about these skies.
Sid, did you know that chocobos are far more resilient to the effects of ether than most other beasts?
Good morrow to you, my friend. I have compiled some new entries, if you would like to see them.
God, those sound effects are so distinct, so iconic.
You will find most interesting.
Okay.
If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
Wow, we're almost complete. Well, let's wind down with some lore. The Enterprise. The Hideaway's Mithril engine-powered flagship, designed by the father and daughter team of Sidolphus and Midedol Telamon. The ship is currently under construction in a hidden cove on the outskirts of Canva. The Ironworks, good to see them alive and well again. A fully functioning shipyard nestled within the hollow of a sea grotto on the outskirts of Canver. The high cliffs and violent tides which surround it effectively concealing the interior from prying eyes. It is here that Mid, along with other allies from the Hideaway, strives in secret to finish work on the Enterprise, a revolutionary high-speed sea vessel. Barnabas Thom, King of Waloed and dominant of Odin, the Warden of Darkness. Though his nation's isolation in Ash allows Barnabas to remain aloof from the affairs of Storm, and he has oft elected to do precisely that, his movements of late would suggest that he has ambitions on the western continent. Sleipnir Harbard. Lord Commander of the Kingdom of Waloed's armies, Sleipnir was known to many as the Constant Knight by reason of his unchangingly icy demeanor and his unwavering loyalty to his liege. Bested by Clive Rossfield after he and his masters slaughtered the guildmasters and Republican ministers in the Canvarian Agora. It's just like totally unnecessary. Like, what was his purpose? Except just to die in a mini boss battle. Well, I guess he was the one that pulled, what's his name? Kupka. He's the one that exfiltrated with Kupka. The Free City of Canver, a federation of neighboring independent city-states located in the southeastern part of the continent of Storm. While originally part of Dhalmekia, the cities achieved their independence in the year 857. Canva lacks an army of its own and relies instead on a city guard formed of mercenaries hired by its merchants and tradespeople. Unfortunately, the city guard, and indeed the city itself, were decimated in an attack by Akashic Waluda troops in 878. Having lost its political leaders and the bulk of its citizenry, the Free City ceased at that point to be a nation in any meaningful sense. Alright. So we're pretty much done with all the quests. I want to continue the main scenario quest tomorrow. So we won't lose much steam later. So we're just gonna wind down. I wanna get rid of all these red dots, read all the entries, and search for who the hell Victor is. Victor! A friend of Sid's and later Clive's, who keeps an ever-attentive vigil on the comings and goings in Dhalmekia from his hometown of Costis. Right. He was the first person we saw in the time skip as the new Sid. That is Victor. Let's start with the bestiary. The Phoenix. The Warden of Fire, whose strength resides within Joshua Rossfield. 18 years after the Imperial invasion of Phoenix Gate and Joshua's presumed demise, the Phoenix spread its wings once more in the skies above the crystalline dominion, wings in which reside the flames of rebirth. Ifrit Risen. The two icons of fire united as one, such an epic moment. Clive and Joshua manifested this being in the skies above the crystalline dominion after entreating their icons to grant them the power they needed to quell the raging Bahamut. It has the body of Ifrit, the wings of the Phoenix, and a might that far exceeds either icon alone. Ramu. The Warden of Thunder, whose power most lately awakened within Sidolphus Telamon. Dominance of the icon most often emerge among descendants of the Motes of Thunder, a tribe who once dwelled in the lands of Central Ash, lands that the kingdom of Waloed now lays claim to. Mayhap in part due to the tribe's comparatively advanced learning, Ramu is associated with wisdom and judgment to this day. Titan. The Warden of Earth, who takes on the aspect of a fearsome, stony giant. He is known to awaken among the descendants of the ancient Motes of Earth, a tribe who once dwelled in the deserts of what is now the Dhalmekian Republic. By far the largest and most physically imposing of all the icons, Titan's strength was the bedrock upon which the Republic was built, and so it fell. Bahamut. The Warden of Light, whose power dwells within Dion Lesage, Prince of Sunbreck. A tribe known as the Motes of Light. So all these motes, these tribes, once dwelled in the northeast reaches of Storm, where the great city of Oriflamme now stands, among which the dominant of Bahamut would always emerge. In modern times, dominants are often born among the Sanbrequois nobility, most likely because the tribe's bloodline still runs strong in their ranks. Typhon, which is quite terrifying. Seemingly drawn to the destruction of the heart of Drake's head, Ultima emerged from a tear in reality wearing the skin of Typhon, a withered and wizened colossus, and drew Clive into a space between worlds wherein the ethereal entity might test his worth as a vessel. Liquid Flame. an ever-shifting mass of living flame that rose from the fiery pools of Drake's breath in what appeared to be a response to an unwarranted trespass into the Mother Crystal's inner sanctum. Possessed with both the swiftness and temper of an untamed wildfire, the creature rained fury down upon the intruders, wielding the molten lifeblood and sacred Mount Drustanus like it were but fistfuls of mud. A very underwhelming battle that was. You wonder if they had their own Habsburg moments with just a focus on pure bloodlines? Yeah, you know, focusing on the purity of bloodlines, you can ask her mother that. Oh wait, she's dead. Goblins. A common species of beastman, found mostly on Storm, they have habitually avoided contact with other races, be them beast or man. The continued spread of the Blight, however, has driven the creature to find homes near human settlements, making violent encounters more commonplace. That said, a rare few have been found to possess the ability to crudely converse, and at times even cooperate with humankind. Orcs. A species of beastman native to Ash, orcs have historically lacked the means with which to cross the Strait of Altha and make ingress into Storm. However, rumors of their having been sighted at Drake's Fang have begun to spread as of late, along with speculation that they might even have joined forces with their longtime enemy, the Kingdom of Waloed. Raptors. Though still widely believed by the common folk of Sunbreck to be the descendants of dragons, on account of their leathery wings, meagerness of plumage, and distinct ability to spit fire, learned scholars have long since concluded that these deceptively reptilian creatures are none other than birds of prey, which, over countless centuries of hunting creatures on the ground, have simply lost their capacity for flight. Ah. Dinosaurs. Vultures. Opportunistic avians that, like many other predatory birds, prefer to stealthily swoop down on foes from above and skewer them with their razor-sharp beaks. Though they are thought to primarily feed on carrion, traveling in large flocks in search of the dead and dying, it is not uncommon for vultures to attack living prey when times are lean. If you happen to hear those eerily human-like caws, squawks, and warbles, it is best to find cover, and quickly. Oh, human-like caws, huh? So they kind of lure you with that. Panthers. Look at these buff panthers. It has a collar, like it has a bracelet like Torgal. Archetypal predators, known best for their brilliant spotted coats and a proclivity to lives of solitude. As is the case with most felines, the animals are severely strong-willed, and efforts by the Republican army to harness their inborn speed and ferocity for use on the battlefield has been met with varying degrees of success. Curls. Sleek-bodied creatures with coats of silken fur. Curls are anything but soft, and will attack their prey viciously with tooth, claw, and even whisker, the latter of which can be used to generate powerful bolts of heart-stopping levin. Though native to the arid climes of Dhalmekia, curls have been known to wander far in search of new territory, and rumors place them as far north as Dragon's Eyrie in Sunbreck. Antelopes. A large herbivorous creature found mainly on Storm. It has distinctive, elaborate antlers and long, sinuous limbs, which it uses to leap gracefully into the air. It attacks mainly with its antlers and rear legs, but many hunters are prepared to face such dangers nonetheless in order to acquire the lustrous, supple pelts for which these noble beasts are famed. Bighorns. Found to graze primarily in the emerald meadows of Rosaria or the windswept savannas of Dhalmekia, bighorns are easily recognized by the eponymous growths, the lengths of which can oft exceed several score hands that jut sidewise from their crowns. These horns, as well as their hard-wearing hides, are prized throughout Valisthea, and can be bought and sold at marketplaces all over the realm. Caution, however, is recommended when hunting the creatures, as they are highly territorial and will charge relentlessly at anything that might stray into their line of sight. Griffins. Fantastical abominations. Why abominations? fantastical abominations of nature upon which the crown and wings of an eagle have been fused to the legs and loins of a ferocious land cat. They hunt their prey on high, circling a victim unseen before descending at terrible speeds, claws first, to tear its throat. Excuse me. Should the prey prove more formidable, griffins have also been known to call upon their very winds to both slice and suffocate the quarry. Fortunately, these predators rarely descend from their mountain layers, and sightings are few and far between. Adamantoises. Enormous creatures with nigh impermeable and oddly fertile shells that play host to diverse flora that provide the painfully conspicuous reptiles with much needed camouflage in the bogs and fens they call their homes. At a glance, these lumbering giants may not appear much of a threat, but at the first sign of danger, they will retract their heads and limbs and whip themselves into frenetic spins that have been known to flatten entire homes, just like the what's Bowser's kingdom? Koopa? The Koopas. Dragonets. Lesser dragons known for their nimbleness in flight. Those specimens of the Sunbrequois subspecies, known more commonly as the worm or worm, are somewhat easily tamed and as such widely employed in battle by the Imperial legions. Dragons. Majestic winged beasts that are commonly considered to be some of Valisthea's most ancient creatures. Albeit rarely sighted in modern times, there are countless myths and legends regarding dragons. One of the most prominent being that Valisthea itself was formed when a mighty drake fell from the sky. According to the Gregorian faith, dragons were created by the goddess herself to serve as holy sentinels over her earthly demesne, and as such, have long been employed by the Holy Empire of Sanbreque in various martial roles within and without the Imperial Legion. Dragons again, part of origin stories. Flan. Massive amorphous beings capable of bending and distorting their gelatinous forms into almost any shape imaginable, making them not only notoriously difficult to find, but almost entirely impossible to kill, as most cuts merely melt back into the existing flesh within a matter of moments. These creatures can be found in all corners of Valisthea, though their heightened sensitivity to the subtleties of their environs means that their outward hue can vary widely from region to region. Hence the variety of names: Bavarois, Gelato, and Fool, by which they are known. Ahriman. With their single unblinking eye, these winged horrors ever scan the horizon, seeking their next victims, using their singular ability to bend the very air around themselves and leap across the great distances to take prey unawares. Those few who manage to survive this preliminary assault, however, are soon faced with a second horror. A crippling curse whispered from the lips of an abyssal maw, leaving them with but moments to lament their fates. Imagine a flan like living in your sewers. Oh, we read that. Alright, that is the bestiary. Persons of interest. Joshua Rossfield, dominant of the Phoenix and younger brother of Clive. After surviving the disaster at Phoenix Gate, he devoted himself to uncovering the truth behind the emergence of the second Icon of Fire. With the help of the Undying, he obtained a copy of the journal of Moss the Chronicler, from whose pages he learned of the existence of Ultima, the creature he was later to meet with and seal away inside himself in the sanctuary of Drake's Head. So who is the Ultima that is wreaking havoc and starting primogenesis if Ultima is locked inside Joshua? I don't get it. Maybe there are other aspects of Ultima. Now reunited with his brother, he and Clive fight as one to defeat Ultima and forge a new fate for mankind. Torgal, Clive's faithful friend. He is a rare Frostwolf, imbued with the same sorcerous strength as his ancestor Fenrir, which he calls upon to defend his allies in times of crisis. Though the manner in which he primes into his Fenriric form is reminiscent of dominants summoning their icons, Torgal calls not on his own icon, but upon the powers of those who have walked beside him over the years, and with whose ether he has become imbued. Ambrosia, Clive's personal steed. After losing her master at Phoenix Gate, Ambrosia found a new flock and led them in defending honest merchants from beasts and bandits, earning herself the love of the locals and the name Whiteheart. Indeed, it is one local's insistence that she be defended in turn that led to her happy reunion with Clive. Nektar, the Hideaway's resident Moogle, whom Sid found trapped between fallen ruins and brought back to his deadland home. While all others hear its words as naught but a succession of adorable Kupo-like cries, Clive is somehow able to make sense of them, learning that the creature professes to be a mighty hero who would see the terrible fiends that plague the realm laid low, for which purpose it persists in drawing Clive's attention to the hunt board. Hugo Kupka, dominant of the Icon Titan. After losing his hands to Clive's blade in the crypt of Rosalith Castle, he was spirited back to Dhalmekia by his enigmatic Waluder ally, Lord Harbard. Clive followed after, storming Kupka's stronghold in the heart of Drake's Fang to finish him once and for all. The duel that ensued, first with Titan, then with something even more terrible, led not only to Kupka's long-awaited demise, but to that of his nation's Mother Crystal. What was something more terrible? First with Titan, then with something more terrible. Dion Lesage, Prince of the Holy Empire of Zonbrek and dominant of Bahamut. Dion led his dragoons in revolt against the perceived treason of Empress Annabella and her son Olivier, but was instead goaded into slaying his own father and driven to madness, transforming to Bahamut and laying waste to much of the Dominion. Otto, chief steward of Clive's hideaway and Sid's hideaway before it. He first met Sid aboard the trading ship he worked as purser, and the two became fast friends. However, after his firstborn awakened as a bearer, and his family gladly condemned the son he lived to a life of slavery, Otto could no longer turn a blind eye to the suffering of those touched by ether. His friend rallied to his cause, and together they swore to save Otto's son and others like him. Gav, Sid's faithful scout, now one of Clive's closest and most trusted allies. He continues to put his legendary nose to work in service of the hideaway, the information he brings back from his expeditions proving invaluable for the Cursebreakers in their efforts to save bearers from servitude. Though he lost an eye during Hugo Kupka's attack on the hideaway, his scouting senses remain undimmed, and according to some random discussion, he's also resistant to ether floods. Tarja, resident physiker of Clive's hideaway and trusted ally of the cause. She learned much of her knowledge of non-magical interventions in the Southern Isles, where she served as a branded healer. The Southern Isles, I believe, are where katanas are from. With her magic next to useless in the Blighted Land, a man she called her mentor taught her the true physiker's art. Fate brought the two together again in her mentor's final hours. Long past healing, it was all Tarja could do to abuse the skills he had taught her to ease his passing. Charon, one of Sid's most trusted allies, a merchant by trade, Charon was born in lands beyond Valisthea. She came to the twins as a weapons dealer, selling to anyone willing to pay, an attitude that earned her not only a fortune but a price on her head. It was while fleeing from her many enemies that she met Sid, who gave her refuge in exchange for her exclusive services. Her hardworking assistant Goots, who she calls her right eye, she bought from his neglectful parents. Goots, apprentice to Charon and ally of the hideaway, Charon purchased goods from his neglectful parents after witnessing how they abused and undervalued their child, and it has been his pleasure to serve her ever since. His Nan feels much the same way about him, going so far as to call him her right eye on the rare occasions she lets her true feelings slip. Blackthorn, resident blacksmith of Clive's hideaway, he originally hails from Dravost in the far-flung desert wastes of Dalmekia, where he and Zoltan both prenticed, though he has not returned for many a year, not least because his former friend still bears him a deep-seated grudge. Harpocrates II Hyperboreos, the hideaway's resident historian. After Sid's death and the destruction of his home, he joined Clive at the new hideaway, establishing a grand library within the walls of the fallen ruin, from whence he continues to share his knowledge with any who will listen. He has taken the orphan twins, Tet and Crow, as his apprentices, though they have yet to prove the most attentive audience. Goat, Otto's loyal lackey, tasked not only with keeping the ledgers, but with reading and sorting the myriad reports that enter the hideaway and arranging assistance for those in need. Born a bearer, Goat was kept as a slave to an Oriflamme tavern, whose keeper would beat him bloody. After being thrown out onto the city streets as punishment for a minor mistake, it was his fortune to be found by Otto, who took him back to the hideaway. Desiree, scribe and secretary for the hideaway, Desiree is also entrusted with the keeping of all donations to the cause from Clive's allies and patrons. Though she could neither read nor write when first she came to the hideaway, Desiree labored night and day to learn her letters, and now the quill is never far from her hand. Her ever-cheerful demeanor is a bright light to those who make their homes atop the blackened mere. Maeve, landlady of the Tub and Crown, the hideaway's much-loved alehouse. Though she was born in Rosaria, her enslavement as a bearer saw her transported to Sunbreck to work its wheat fields. However, when the farmer was unhappy with the harvest and thought to make an example of her for her fellow slaves, the Cursebreaker stepped in to instead teach him the error of his ways. Doris, born and branded in Rosaria, Doris now captains the Cursebreakers, directing their bearer-liberating operations in concert with Cole, her second-in-command. While she is fiercely committed to the cause, she abhors violence and will only bloody her blade if circumstances demand it. Cole, second-in-command of the Cursebreakers, who assists with the coordination of their troops' bearer-liberating activities under the supervision of his captain, Doris. Formerly a slave soldier for the Fist of the Republic before being freed and taken in by those he now calls his brothers and sisters in arms. August, a veteran Cursebreaker who often leads his own team on bearer-liberating forays. He also shares his wisdom and experience with Cole in assembling new units and training new recruits. One of Blackthorn's few close friends who shares the smith's fondness for a tankard or two. Indeed, when August isn't on a mission, he can most often be found supping on ale and swapping a story in the hideaway's tavern. Kenneth, chief cook at Sid's hideaway, who lost his life on the night of Hugo Kupka's attack. He was well loved both for his ever-genial nature and the toothsome fare he concocted from the limited ingredients available in their Deadland home. Indeed, many of Kenneth's dishes remain on the menu in Clive's new hideaway. Martel, a young bearer who assisted Bohumil in his research into growing crops in the blighted soil of Sid's hideaway. Alas, she was gravely wounded during Kupka's attack on their home. Though she was able to escape the wreckage with some of the saplings that were the fruit of their labors, she succumbed soon after. The trees were replanted in Clive's new hideaway, and the apples they bore named Martel in her memory. Molly, chief cook at Clive's hideaway, who inherited the role from Kenneth after he lost his life in Titan's attack. Molly's true passion lies in the baking of pastries and other sweetmeats, but alas, shipments of sugar to the hideaway are few and far between. Instead, she pushes the boundaries of her culinary repertoire by assisting Ivan in reviving the questionable dishes proffered by his questionable cookbook. Ivan, a freed imperial bearer. After the wounds he suffered in his escape were healed, he began a new life in the hideaway, working in the kitchens. Through this, he encountered a cookbook entitled Valisthea, a culinary pilgrimage, which inspired in him a passion for making mincemeat of monsters. Literally. Is there an anime about... It is Ivan, right? Sorry about that, Ivan. Rodriguez. Is there an anime about, like, cooking monster parts or something? Or eating monsters? Well, I know... Sorry, now I'm reminded of Pricon and Pecorin. Rodriguez. Tarya's youthful and inexperienced assistant. A caring yet timid soul, he is committed to saving the lives of his patients, and so quails when asked to perform life-threatening treatments such as the removal of bearer brands or the administration of the potent tears of Elysia. While he admires Tarya's indefatigability, he fears for its effect on her health, and is shamed that he cannot yet do enough to relieve her burden. Exactly. Yeah, so it's kind of weird. But it's okay. We finished the entry of Ivan. Nigel. The Hideaway's resident botanist, whose research into the medicinal properties of the flora of the twins and how one might go about growing specimens of interest in the middle of blighted... What? The Hideaway's resident botanist, whose research into the medicinal properties of the flora of the twins and how one might go about growing specimens of interest in the middle of a blighted lake is invaluable to Clive's cause. What a sentence. Oh god, we really are behind on codex entries. Tet. One of a pair of young twins who assist Harpocrates in the Hideaway library, or at least are tasked to. In practice, he spends most of the time reading books and teasing tomes with his sister Crow. Though their parents were both bearers, Tet was spared that burden. Alas, he was not spared the tragedy of losing both his mother and father when Sid's hideaway was laid low. Crow. One of a pair of young twins who assist Harpocrates in the Hideaway library, or at least are tasked to. In practice, she spends most of her time reading books and teasing tomes with her brother, Ted. Born a bear like her parents, but spared the prejudice and persecution that they were forced to suffer. Alas, she was not spared the tragedy of losing both her mother and father when Sid's hideaway was laid low. Quentin, pretty awesome arc. Quentin, the inscrutable landlord of Lost Wings Tavern. Though he succeeded in taking his revenge against the Lord Chief Justice... Oh god. Though he succeeded in taking his revenge against the Lord Chief Justice, who put his family to the sword, he was left bereft after the greater number of his loyal comrades lost their lives in the process, and Lostwing was swallowed by an ether flood. However, with the support of his surviving Lostwing family, he swore to see the town rebuilt. Vin Diesel would be proud. Martha, landlady of the Golden Stables, the tavern at the heart of Martha's Rest. The village became overcrowded after an ether flood in the Lazarus drove the Guardians of the Flame and the bearers they had rescued from the Black Shield's raids to seek shelter there. To make space, she worked with Clive and Wade to resettle them in Eastpool, where she has been supporting them ever since. Bernard, a carpenter who resides at Martha's Rest, whose speed and skill, together with the surrounding marsh waters, the deleterious effects of the planks and piles of the village's many bridges, keep his services in high demand. He was born and raised in Cressida, where his parents lie buried, and has recently engaged to be wed. Good job. Isabel, proprietress of the Vale, Northreach's foremost house of ill repute, and one of Sid's trusted collaborators. Isabel is much admired by the populace for her elegance and refinement. qualities that have earned her the title The Dame. Whenever I hear the name Isabel, though, I think of a dog in Animal Crossing. That is the first Isabel in my head. Philip. Imperial soldier of the Northreach garrison, whose heart pines for none other than Isabel. He leads the stand against the threats Northreach faces, and inspires his fellow soldiers to do the same. Lubor, Forge Master of the Briar's Kiss, the finest smithy in Dalimil. Lubor is also the Desert Hare, an ally of Sid's who once went by the name Ruzena Dalimil. If they added other species here, Lubor probably would have been like a Viera. Ferda. Lubor's accomplice who directs the espionage efforts of the Desert Hare's loyal minions from his home in Dalimil. Born poor and turning to banditry at a young age, Ferda was saved from his life of crime by the original Ruzena Dalimil, who gave him a new purpose serving her own, somewhat less felonious endeavors. After Ruzena passed away, he continued to serve Lubor in the same capacity. Conrad, master of the Dalimil kitchens, where he serves filling yet inexpensive fare to the people of the town and the miners of Drake's Fang. After his town was set upon by bandits, Conrad led the faction pushing for the recruitment of mercenaries to take bloody revenge. However, he was convinced to look instead at forming a town guard drawn from the citizens of Dalimil, of whom he became their inaugural leader. Natalie, veteran trader of the Dalimil markets turned leader of its new League of Merchants, the group responsible for filling and maintaining the town's collective stores. Though she loathes violence and argued vehemently against the plan to hunt down the bandits who attacked Dalimil, she is passionate about protecting the town and its people. When the bandits returned, she was the first into the fray. Eloise, owner of the Crimson Caravans, a highly esteemed porterage firm in Boklad. After her younger brother Theodore awakened as a bearer, she helped him to flee from their family home and build a new life far from those who would see him consigned to slavery. Theodore, porter and guard for the Crimson Caravans, the porterage firm that he runs with his beloved sister Eloise. Many beasts and bandits have eyed his company's caravans, but to date he has cut them all down. Theodore is also a bearer, but was spared the brand after awakening late and being spirited away from his family home by his sister, an act of kindness and self-sacrifice for which he is forever grateful. Hunza, an orphan boy of Boklad, strong-armed and pickpocketing travelers by the nefarious Cast Stones. After being released from their clutches, Eloise elected to employ him at the Crimson Caravans to keep him from returning to a life of crime. He pledges to become the first customer of Goots's forge when the trader becomes a fully fledged blacksmith. Zoltan Shive, the feared and respected chief of the smithing town of Dravosht, where he and Blackthorn learned their craft. After the master who the two prenticed under breathed his last, they came to blows over the future of the town, and have exchanged nary a word since. Mother Annabella Lesage, former Empress of the Holy Empire of Sonbrek. After the fall of Rosaria and the death of Archduke Elwin, she remarried Emperor Sylvester and bore him a son, Olivier. It was her dream that together with Sylvester, she would found a new bloodline, one blessed by both Bahamut and the Phoenix. Alas, her dreams were to be crushed in the wreckage of the Crystalline Dominion when a maddened Dion slew Olivier, and she was to end her life before the disbelieving eyes of the sons she had betrayed. Oscar, nephew of Rodney Murdoch, late Lord Commander of the Rosarian Army. Clive accepted him as squire and brought him back to the hideaway, that he might learn from Cid the Outlaw's example. However, after the Guardians of the Flame took back Eastpool, Clive bade Oscar return to the village where his Aunt Hannah is buried and lend his strength to the restoration efforts. Sawaid, a loyal shield of Rosaria and leader of the Guardians of the Flame, who fight to see the duchy restored. After Clive assisted him and his fellow Guardians in driving the bandits from Eastpool, they and the bearers they saved from the Black Shield's purges relocated to the village, where they prepare not only to rebuild it, but to rekindle the spirit of Rosaria. Byron Rosfield, younger brother of the late Archduke Elwyn and Warden of Port Isolde. After the duchy was incorporated into the Empire and Byron stripped of his titles, he shut himself away in his manor and gladly volunteered every gill of the onerous taxes and tariffs with which he was newly burdened, all to avoid drawing the Empire's ire, and to keep their attentions from his support for the Guardians of the Flame. Rutherford, manservant to Lord Byron Rosfield. In normal circumstances, his daily duties touch all aspects of running his master's manor. Of late, however, Byron has bade him leave the safety of Port Isolde to conduct a survey into the political, military, and economic situation of Storm, a task in which he has enjoined the assistance of several of his fellow butlers to the nobility. Butlers to the rescue! Sylvester Lesage, Emperor of the Holy Empire of Sonbrec, who plotted with Annabella Rosfield to slay Archduke Elwyn of Rosaria and unite their nations under the imperial banner. Together they bore a son, Olivier, to whom Sylvester was beguiled into forfeiting his throne, much to his first son's displeasure. Sylvester lost his life to Dion's spear when he leapt to Olivier's defense in the throne room of the Twinside capital. Olivier Lesage, son of Sylvester and Annabella Lesage, thanks in large part of his mother's machinations, Olivier was anointed Emperor of the Holy Empire of Sonbrec, a fact that triggered his half-brother Prince Dion to launch a coup against him. It was Olivier's sinister goading that drove Dion to madness and led to his own demise, pierced through the heart by Dion's spear. As the boy died, his body crumbled into dust, proof that he had become naught but another puppet of Ultima. The High Cardinal, holy shit, he looks like Mads Mikkelsen. First and foremost of the 5 cardinals who make up the Council of Elders, second only to the Holy Emperor of the Imperial Government. It is his role to lead the council in governing Sonbrec in the Emperor's stead, and providing the latter does not overrule his decisions, his authority is absolute. The Mysterious Watcher, scion of a lesser noble family of Dalmekia, tasked by Hugo Kupka to trace the whereabouts of Sid, the outlaw, the man he believes slew Benedict Harmon. His investigations led him to Eastpool, where he overhears Clive and Gav's conversation and follows them back to Sid's hideaway. Damn this guy. High Priest Imran, Patriarch of the Crystalline Orthodox, a zealous believer in the Orthodox's teachings that bearers and dominants are unclean creatures born of sin. He conducted the sacrificial slaughter of bearers, claiming that he was merely cleansing them of their corruption. Slain by Jill Warwick on her return to the Iron Kingdom, in answer not only for the crimes he committed, but those he forced her to commit in the name of his crusade. Marley, born in the Grand Duchy of Rosaria, Marley was kidnapped by the Ironblood during their invasion 18 years before, and taken back to the island of Drostanus, where she was forced to serve as a handmaiden for the priests of the Crystalline Orthodox. There she met the young Jill Warwick and took her under her wing, caring for the terrified child as if she were the mother Jill never knew. Oh my god, Potion Girl has an entry here, but she is officially called Medicine Girl. It's a true MC of the game, playing Atelier Valisthea, Medicine Girl. An orphan girl who pays for her bread by making and selling medicines. Just one sentence, and she has a codex entry. Will she survive? I believe so. Barnabas's mother. What a disturbing moment. The mother of King Barnabas of Waloed, or at least an Ultima summoned illusion of her, as His Majesty remembers her in life. The Silvermane, chieftain of the Northern Territories and Jill Warwick's father. After his homeland's raids into Rosaria were finally quelled by the duchy, his daughter was taken as a ward of the Rosfield family to ensure that he would never raise arms against them again. And we never really explored that side of Jill. And finally, Ultima, the otherworldly being behind much of the tragedy and turmoil that has plagued Valisthea. Ultima requires a vessel in which to inculcate his disembodied soul. So it's his soul that's wreaking havoc. And Clive's curious ability to absorb the powers of other icons suggests that he is the very mythos that Ultima has long awaited. He wills Clive to absorb the other icons, that his vessel might be perfected. Valisthea, following Primogenesis, a realm comprising the twin continents of Storm and Ash, over which the Mother Crystals stand timeless vigil. Timeless, that is, until Cid and his disciples commence their campaign to bring each one crashing down, spreading chaos and confusion to every corner of the land. When ill-omened clowns summoned by the Ultima gathered over Valisthea, the delicate balance governing the magic-yielding power of Ether was finally shattered, and the realm was changed forever. Ash. Though slightly smaller than her sister to the west, the eastern continent of Valisthea is markedly more altitudinous, her lightly wooded shores guarded on all sides by nigh unscalable cliffs. Having been ravaged by the Blight still more grievously than Storm, the kingdom of Waloed is now her sole remaining nation. Cid's hideaway following the destruction of the Dominion, a hidden refuge built on fallen ruins in the blighted lands of Central Storm. Here, Cid and his adopted family of freed bearers from across the Twins made their home. That is, until the fledgling utopia was brought crashing down after its location was discovered by Hugo Kupka, dominant of Titan, in the year 873. In but a single night, the hideaway was destroyed, fewer than half managing to escape the slaughter visited upon them by Kupka and his men. Bedouir, a lake in the blighted lands at the southern edge of the former Grand Duchy of Rosaria. Named for the dragon that some tales say created the basin when it fell from the sky. Fallen airships dot its expansive waters like forgotten cenotaphs, leading some to liken it to a graveyard. Its remote location, far from any trade route and deep inside the Deadlands, made it an obvious choice for Clive when faced with rebuilding Cid's legacy. The Castbreakers, a unit drawn from those of fighting age and martial training among the residents of the Hideaway, who conduct operations to liberate bearers from slavery. Beginning as a loose collection of like-minded individuals in Cid's Hideaway, who chose to rid themselves of their bearer brands that they might serve the cause out in the field, the Order has greatly expanded both its ranks and its operations since the move to Benamir, all under Otto's watchful eye. The Imperial Province of Rosaria following the destruction of Twinside, a nation formerly known as the Grand Duchy of Rosaria, occupying the western reaches of the continent of Storm. While Rosaria has been a vassal state of the Empire for nigh on 2 decades, the uprising in Twinside led by Prince Dion Lesage and his loyal dragoons, and subsequent death of both Holy Emperor and Empress in the year 878, has left Sanbreque with barely the wherewithal to rule itself, rendering the erstwhile dukedom a subject of the Empire in name and little else. Rosalith, the former capital of the Duchy of Rosaria. When Hugo Kupka's forces invaded, the entire city was put to the torch, and the magnificent castle sacked, causing many of its inhabitants to flee. Rosalith Castle, situated in the heart of the ducal capital of Rosalith, This towering ivory fortress has been under San Brequois command since 860, although little remains for them to command, since much of the capital was destroyed in the siege set by Hugo Kupka and his private guard. The Guardians of the Flame, a clandestine group of ducal loyalists who lead the rebellion against the imperial occupation of Rosaria and Empress Annabella. Many of their numbers are drawn from those who survived the imperial attack on Phoenix Gate in the year 860, who know full well the empire's involvement in the duchy's fall. After their base in the Lazarus district was lost to an ether flood, they moved north, continuing their operations to revive the duchy hand in hand with Martha. They finally resettled in Eastpool, where they now labor to revitalize the village hand in hand again with the Bearers Day and Martha Freed. The 7 High Houses. The highest noble houses of old Rosaria, of which House Rosfield is the first and foremost. They have their roots in the ruling dynasties of their small independent nations that were united upon the founding of the duchy. The houses had a prominent voice in ducal politics, but this was silenced when the region fell to the Empire and Empress Annabella took Rosaria's reigns. The Blood Axis. The band of sellswords tasked with the protection of Martha's Rest in the absence of any assistance from the nearby Imperial garrison. It falls to them to keep watch on the roads and keep the beasts and bandits of the swamplands from Martha's Gate. Eastpool. A hamlet located in the eastern part of Imperial Province of Rosaria. It was deserted after the culling ordered by Empress Annabella, with bandits eventually moving in to occupy the ruins. The bandits were eventually driven from the ruins, and the hamlet claimed by a group of freed bearers and Sir Wade's Guardians of the Flame, who had but recently lost the Lazarus district of Port Isolde to an ether flood. Amber, a sleepy settlement nestled amongst the lofty peaks of southern Rosaria. Located far from the capital, its people survive by trading what produce they can coax from the stony soil and what little else they can gather from the surrounding hills, but they measured it as lost already. And Oldale Docks, a once thriving village of shipwrights located at the mouth of the Talons, Rosaria's largest bay. Its people were slaughtered at the hands of the Vice-Regency's Black Shields after it was discovered that the Guardians of the Flame were sheltering bearers there. Buet Bridge. A bridge built in the golden days of the Duchy that spans part of the bay known as the Talons and connects eastern Rosaria with the capital of Rosalith. It was originally meant to be part of the Trans-Rosarian Aqueduct that would carry water to northern areas affected by the Blight, and with it, employment for local craftsmen and tradespeople. But this plan was abandoned when Archduke Elwin died. The Lazarus District, an exclusive walled residential area situated just outside the eastern edge of Port Isolde. It was once the jewel in the city's crown and home to many of the nobles of the duchy. After the empire moved its capital to the Crystalline Dominion, this once grand district was soon overrun with what appeared to many as thieves and cutthroats, but were in fact a band of ducal revolutionaries known as the Guardians of the Flame. Their occupation, however, came to an abrupt end at the hand of an ether flood. Port Isolde, a port city situated on the southwestern coast of the Imperial Province of Rosaria. Only Rosalith rivals it for size, and in the glory days of Archduke Elwin's reign, its streets bustled with traders from across Valisthea. Sadly, those days are long since gone, and San Brequois occupation has seen everything from marketplaces to military institutions subverted to the will of the Empire. Cressida, a village located deep within the wetlands of central Rosaria. It was once the site of an aqueduct that was hoped would carry water to the capital, Rosalith, but these plans never came to fruition due to both the Holy Empire's annexation of the duchy and a sudden influx of feral beasts displaced by the Blight's march south through the dim. Now it lies abandoned, many of its residents having fled to nearby Martha's Rest. The Siege of Rosalith, an incident in which Hugo Kupka, hoping to gain his revenge for the death of Benedicta Harman, attempted to draw out Cid, whom he now knew to be Clive Rosfield, from hiding with an attack on the capital of his beloved former homeland. The city became a battlefield, and amidst the death and destruction, many innocents lost their lives. Hawk's Cry Cliff, a location in the southern part of the imperial province of Rosaria known for its distinctive rock formations. There are myriad theories as to how the unique stratification was achieved, from natural shiftings of the earth to clashes of bygone icons to lost fallen magics. The people who live in their shadows, however, such as those residents of the tiny village of Amber, will merely tell you a rock is a rock. The Holy Empire of Sunbreck, a nation occupying the northeastern reaches of the continent of Storm, after its administrative capital moved to Twinside in the neighboring Crystalline Dominion in the year 873. An insurgency led by Prince Dion Lesage upended the political and military order, spreading unrest and disruption across the land. This disruption was further worsened when Ultima unleashed Primogenesis, obliterating Twinside and plunging their realm yet deeper into chaos. Oriflamme, former capital of the Holy Empire of Sonbrek, after its mother crystal was destroyed in an attack by Cid the Outlaw in the year 873, the decision was made to move the throne and her army south to the Crystalline Dominion, regardless of whether or not the Dominion citizens approved. Oriflamme has since fallen gradually into decline, having lost the mother's blessing and all the benefits throughout. I should remember to open active time lore more often so we're not so backlogged. I like these entries though. White Worm Castle, the towering citadel from which the Holy Emperor of Sunbreck rules over the entirety of his demesne. With the Mother Crystal rising above it and the imperial capital of Oriflamme spread out below, this ivory edifice is truly a wonder to behold no more. Drake's Head, the Mother Crystal upon whose wings did Sunbreck ascend to geopolitical supremacy. It towered over the holy capital of Oriflamme, its mighty silhouette a testament to the power and permanence of the empire. And then, in the year 873, it fell at the hand of Cid the Outlaw. The fall of Drake's Head. In the year 873, Cid the Outlaw, along with certain of his allies, infiltrated the Sanbrequois capital of Oriflamme, bringing down the Mother Crystal in a daring and unprecedented attack. Investigations after the fact concluded that the infiltrators took advantage of the disturbance caused by an ether flood to gain entry to the Empire's holy sanctum. In the aftermath of the incident, Cid was declared a wanted man, and the faction he led a criminal enterprise to be hounded across Valisthea. The Holy Knights Dragoon, elite troops of the Holy Empire of Sonbrek, led by Prince Dion Lesage. Drawn largely from the nobility of the realm, their status as Knights of the Sacred Dragon affords them still higher standing in the eyes of the people. In the Battle of the Borderlands in 873, as in so many conflicts down the years, they proudly led the charge as the Empire entered the fray. However, Prince Dion's opposition to the machinations of the Holy Empress Annabella spurred the Dragoons to rise up against their emperor in an insurgency which saw them fall suddenly and decisively from grace. The Holy Order of Shields of the Blackened Pinion. What? The official name of the Order of Knights established in the imperial province of Rosaria, who persecute and purge bearers and those who shield them, commonly known as the Black Shields, after the color of their armor, a hue seemingly chosen to differentiate this new elite order from the silver-clad Dragoons. Unlike the heroic Dragoons, however, they are feared and loathed throughout the imperial province. The Black Shields. An order of knights instituted by Empress Annabella in one of her first acts as vicereine of the imperial province of Rosaria. They were tasked with purging the impurities from the province, to which end they conducted cullings of both bearers and those judged to be ducal loyalists. After Annabella died and the Black Shields were left without a leader, many returned to Sunbreck, entering the service of the former Lord Chief Justice and keeping watch on Lostwing. The Council of Elders, advisors to the Holy Emperor of Sunbreck and the highest body of government in the Empire. The council consists of 5 cardinals of the Gregorian Church who are intended to rule in the Emperor's stead. The Emperor, meanwhile, is expected to serve as a constitutional monarch, but there is little to prevent one who wishes to impose their will upon the council from playing a more autocratic role. The 5 cardinals, the senior statesmen that make up the highest office of the government in Sunbreck after the Emperor himself, the Council of Elders. The council is comprised of the High Cardinal, representative of Central Sunbreck and the Holy Capital Order Flam, and the 4 cardinals who administer the outer provinces, the northern, southern, eastern, and western seas. Entirely ineffective, the stupid Emperor were just like, yeah, let's wage war, okay. The Lord Chief Justice, the highest ranking judge in the Sunbrequois judiciary, Quinton served under the previous holder of the office and respected the man deeply for supporting him in his crusade to rid the ranks of corruption. However, all this was to change when he discovered that his idol hunted bearers for sport. The Lord Chief Justice's backing for Quinton no more than a veil of morality to disguise the rot beneath. Quinton turned his ire upon the man, only to be met with swift and severe retribution: the slaughter of his entire family. The Viceregency, the imperial province incorporating the lands that were once Rosaria, ruled over by Annabella, former Duchess of Rosaria. One of her first acts as vicereine was to institute a new order of knights, the Black Shields, who were dispatched to every corner of the province to maintain order. They would later come to serve as her personal army, settling her grievances against bearers and ducal loyalists. Yeah, she was just a tyrant. Lostwing. At one time, this small village in central Sunbreck boasted a thriving winery, with the Goltan Rouge produced there being prized by connoisseurs across the land. Alas, all the years of hard work were brought crashing down in an instant when the Black Shields, sent by the Lord Chief Justice of Sunbreck, turned Akashic, sowing death and destruction in their wake. However, before those few villagers who survived the assault could rebuild, an ether flood descended, forcing them to take refuge in the vineyards to the east. There, Elderman Quinton seeks to start a new village with his family. Northreach. When Sunbreck moved its capital to the Crystalline Dominion, Northreach went from being a vital gateway to the seat of the Empire to a forgotten country backwater in a matter of moons. And with the fall of Drake's head, the ether was soon leached from the lands around it, leaving the fields fallow and the once thriving environs barren and lifeless. The Vale, Northreach's premier house of companionship. While it is frequented mainly by Sunbreck's nobility and military, Lady Isabel welcomes all with a desire, and the coin, to partake of the pleasures her skilled courtesans and courtiers offer. Few established in the Empire are as well loved or as oft visited. Moor, a farming village located in the rye fields of the Royal Meadows not far from the Sunbrequois capital, Fort-de-Flamme. Her residents harbor a strong hatred for bearers, more even than elsewhere in the Empire, making it a very dangerous place to visit for those who bear the brand. Rise of the Worm, a rebellion of the Holy Orders of the Knights Dragoon that took place in the Crystalline Dominion. It was provoked by the Emperor Sylvester Lesage's decision to overlook his eldest son, Dion, and make his second-born, Olivier, child of the Empress Annabella, crown prince in his place. Seeing this as yet another viceroy for Annabella in her long campaign to subvert San Briquois politics for her own ends, Prince Leon ordered the dragoons into action, but having lost control of his icon, he inadvertently laid waste to the city he had tried to save. Glorious! A key strategic point in central Sanbrec, its location just south of Oriflamme makes it a vital first line of defense against any assault on the Holy Capital. The road from Northreach to Cair Norvent and beyond to the Crystal Belt bisects the area, ensuring a constant traffic of San Briquois soldiers and traveling merchants. The Dragon's Eyrie, a gently sloping plain stretching east from the San Briquois checkpoint of Northreach. As the name implies, it is heavily populated with all manner of wild worms, and as such, the lands remain relatively unspoiled by mankind. The Breadbasket, a region overlooking the Strait of Otha in the eastern part of Sanbrec. The bounty provided by its rich soil fed the Empire for generations until the ever-encroaching Blight intervened, displacing thousands in the process, a disturbance which played no small part in the troubles that were later to engulf the imperial capital. Randela, capital of the Dalmekian Republic, it is a thriving hub of commerce where merchants and traders gather from across Valisthea. Rafi Graffiti, welcome in! Oh my god, you guys are raiding in during story time! It has been a long time no see Rafi Graffiti. How are you doing? You casted Raidaga! Are you playing Final Fantasy 16 as well, Rafi Graffiti? Guys, please do go check out Rafi Graffiti, an amazing artist and an amazing streamer with an amazing community. If you wish to get insight into art styles and see a great artist at work, please do visit Rafi Graffiti's channel. But welcome in. Do not worry. Well, we're reading a lot of the lore entries right now. We're actually winding down. But we can play a bit more for you guys. But welcome in, Raiders. If this is your first time in the channel, welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. I am Mikey. I'm a freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. We love playing story-focused games here, hence why we are streaming Final Fantasy 16 for the entire weekend. We'll actually be continuing the main scenario quest over the course of the whole weekend. We are playing every evening as best as we can and as much as we can. And we're just like emptying the codex entries right now. But I'll just finish reading this thing and we'll see what we can do. It's really interesting as an action game. I love it so far. And I'm super enjoying the journey. I highly recommend playing the game. And if you are tired after your stream, I fully understand. If you need to raid and run graffiti, if you do need some rest, please do get some rest. And thank you for bringing in your people. And another warning for those, these codex entries will contain major spoilers for Final Fantasy 16. So we're stopping with this one over here. But amazing game. I love it. So where was I? We were talking about Randela. So this is a codex of the game, and there are a lot of interesting lore entries, and with each piece of lore, a world slowly starts forming in my mind. So, capital of the Dalmekian Republic, it is a thriving hub of commerce where merchants and traders gather from across Valisthea. Its streets bustle with life even late into the night, when the twinkle of countless lanterns illuminates the landscape. The nation's affairs are managed from the Ministry of Law in the heart of the city, wherein sits the Parliament of Ministers. Okay, fascinating. Though, what remains of them, I wonder? We still have a lot of pages left, but I want to check the hunt board.
Did you learn everything you needed?
Let me help. I know my letters.
We'll grab some food. Delayed your dinner? You have not eaten yet, Rafi? What is this? Go get some dinner. Self-care is important. Please do eat something. Enjoy the food. And thank you for the lurk. And again, thank you for the raid. I want to know where we can find Stone Tongue, actually. I want to craft a belt. Ask about Nectar's adventures. He talks fast, I'm just reading the subtitles. Southern Ash.
Through Orcish lands.
Really, Nectar? So the orcs thrive in the Deadlands. Orcs did it first. Cannibalism! Okay. What does Molly put in her brown? Don't worry, Nectar. They don't eat Muggles. Is this it? Are we done with the hunts? There's gotta be more, right? We're not even done with the game yet. I'm looking for a particular item. I don't know if we can get it yet.
Trouble with your gear, or something for you, dear?
Okay, we're good with that. We want Ouroboros. Where do we get a stone tongue? Let me Google that really quick. Let's see if we didn't miss it or if it's for a hunt to come. FF16 stone tongue. Mini A rank boss named Agni and defeated. Didn't we? Okay, we don't have it yet. So we just be patient until more hunt marks show up, which we don't have anymore. So
anything else?
I've been reading so much.
Over there by the lift.
Said her name was Yote. A friend of Sid's, you think?
Justice for Yote. They just sidelined her. What is your purpose now?
Lord Marquis, you seem unwell. I know His Grace has asked that I remain here with your people. But if you were to require my services, I could leave for the Free Cities at once.
Uh-huh.
You look like you could do with a drink.
Let's buy a round for the haul. Why not?
That's what we like to hear. Knock 'em back, everyone. Sid's buying.
This better get me more awards.
Oh, keep your mug handy.
What secrets are there? Oh well.
Let me help. I know my...
I think it's time to focus on our build. Your icons. Gouge Rising Flames. I'm not really feeling Bahamut. Okay, we got a lot to buy. Do I want Giga Flare? It's like an old though. I need Satellite while charging because you can use them to blast. Even if Clive is recovering and cannot cast a spell, pressing R2 will command the satellites to attack. Impulse? Yeah, the spheres. Anything we're missing? Wings of Light. Taunt. What do I want to combine? Let's think about this carefully. I think I might actually try Will of the Wikes instead of Rising Flame. How long does this last? Increases fireball count, enhancing potency, While nullifying up to 4 attacks, this is also a shield? Huh. Okay. Let's see if we mastered everything we have so far. Except for those. Those aren't mastered. Okay, so we have Phoenix Shift, Deadly Embrace, Wings of Light. Wings of Light, I need to use it with Satellite. Impulse. I want to bind it to the spot. Aerial Blast. Flames of Rebirth has been good to us. I think Rising Flames, we should change it into Will o' the Wisps instead. Do we have anything for Will o' the Wisps? Red, red, red. The Favor of Fire. Inferno. Increases Will o' the Wisps duration by 5 seconds. Increases ignition damage. Reduces Flames of Rebirth by 12 seconds. Man, it's just like I was watching Bonebreaker's stream and he does so much damage. We're not getting the same amount of damage he's getting. I wonder if I should copy his build. Flare breath damage.
Most of them, anyway.
Let's try it again. Do some training. Do we get rewards out of this? Replay any previously cleared stage, be awarded a score based on performance, restrictions on gear, gameplay mode will default to action focus, stage replay, Hall of Virtue, customizable training area. Torgal. I also don't know how to do precise sick timing. Displace magic burst timing. Oh, let's figure it out. Sick timing. Burst timing. Recast timers. Where's the timer? So burst timing. Hit red. Hit red. Hit. Yeah, we got this already, at least. Perfect sick, however. When do you sick him? After a combo. Let's try it again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, okay. All right, let's try it again. Nice, okay. Okay, now we know precision sick. Can we change the enemy? Let's have an Iron Giant. Okay.
This one.
What's the cooldown on that?
Let there be light.
Can we make it fight us? Let's do it. Let's try it with this. Lock them in place. Nope. Not enough stagger damage. This is a bad rotation. Okay. Compared to my Titan, I am more efficient with it. Let's buy it out. How about... Judgment Bolt. Massive damage to a single target. We could use that instead of Wind Up. And... since I like using the Tornado for a lot of enemies, we could use this as well. Let's try it. Let's bring back Ramu. I saw this one really work. Well, I can't upgrade it? Oh shit, 3140. Okay, let's get rid of Bahamut then. Master allows assignment to any icon. Let's master Lightning Rod. Okay, let's try out this. Try this out, I mean. Rambu. Lightning Rod. Judgment Bolt. let's try it. Oh, okay, that is a good rotation, I think. 77,000. All right. All right. Let's go. Let's try it again. I just need to polish that rotation a bit more. Get him that. Garuda! Alright, okay. I like this rotation for now.
Nice try.
Alright. One last time. One last time. I want everything to spawn. Let's fight Orcish Warlord. Oops.
Too slow.
I should always plop this thing first. The lightning thing first. That first. Then go to town. Yeah. All right. And we get him staggered again, half staggered. So they roughly start at the same... they cool down at the same time, roughly. Okay, this is good. Learn how to stomp as well. Perfect. All right, I like it. Okay. Now, that's set for now. What can I do to improve it? Gouge is a good source of DPS. Rising Flames are 10% though. I think I can optimize this. Pile drive damage. Will damage. Now the thing is, no, I think I should keep it on Rising Flames and Gouge because they are the fastest cooldowns and I can use them for regular. They're like my mainstay, part of my usual combos. Stagger combos is when I unleash everything. Flames of Rebirth though, I'm really wondering if it's worth the DPS. It might be. As for mixing and matching, I think that's if you really want to use another icon's ability. Maybe... What if it's Bahamut? Mega Flare. Instead of Blind Justice. I could experiment with that. I'll have to master Judgment Bolt and Lightning Rod. 5,500. However, what if combine Bahamut with wait, it's not mastered? Ah, I have to buy it. Satellite. I don't have enough ability points remaining. Oh well. Mixing and matching will probably have to wait. I'm not really a fan of Titan Shield. I rarely use shields. This one will help with mobs, I think. Blind Justice, so we're gonna stick with that. Will of the Wikes or Ignition? How many times can you stomp? Kick off an enemy to increase jump height and duration. Recommended for use with abilities like down thrust, which deals more damage when dealt from higher up. What? Okay, I did not know that. Can be used at any time regardless of Clive's recovery status. Used with L while stomping to determine jump direction. Tilt L after stomping to extend jump distance or change direction. Increases maximum kicks to 2. Okay. I want to try that. Let's put him on passive first. Enemy aggro. So you can like jump, charge up. 1, 2, 3. Wait, no. Garuda. Up, up. Okay. Can I do it from up there? How long can I stay airborne? Huh. Combination stomp for style, I guess. If you're doing arcade mode. Can I do a full weave combo? Nope. You really can't, huh? I did it earlier. That's extreme down thrust. Down thrust. So one jump is enough. So you can stay indefinitely in the air? So you have to do it from on top of the enemy, I think. You have to use them as a platform. Yeah, it helps. They stop you from falling down right away.
It's over.
Cool. I'm liking our current rotation. Let's see how far it can take us. We'll be more efficient with our kills. The lightning rod is bonkers for stagger. Plop one when they're staggered. And it also works well against a lot of mobs. What's Garuda's ult? Right, aerial blast. What's this? Yeah, flames of rebirth. How do we exit? And training. Treasure coffer data is required. Arcade mode. In arcade mode, you can challenge previously completed stages and be scored for your performance. Gear and level restrictions are applied. Points are awarded for performance in battle. The more complex your battle techniques, the higher your score. The higher your score, the better your overall rating. Arcade mode scoring. Successfully performed battle techniques are displayed in real time on the right hand of the screen. Technique scorings are as follows. Ugh, this is so... a lot of pressure. I never do well with rating in Platinum games. Arcade mode gear. While level consumable items and gear are predetermined for each stage, iconic abilities can be customized to one's liking. Also, equipment restrictions do not apply to accessories. Ah. Is there like a... No high scores. Don't we have like... Can we see like online ranking maybe? I don't know. While accessing the Arete Stone, Clive can replay any of the main scenario's major battle sequences. This mode can be used to revisit cutscenes, collect forgotten items, earn XP and AP, or retry missed achievements. I can earn XP and AP? You can grind these stages? What? I mean... Let's check it out. Is it worth the grinding?
I suppose not.
While stage layout is the same, defeating enemies in stage replay will earn you fewer XP, okay, and may result in different loop drops. Press touchpad to display the stage replay menu from which you can return to the Arete Stone. Okay, so it's less XP.
There'll be deadly beasts.
Oh, Sid.
There'll be deadly beasts. Nothing a trained assassin can't handle, though.
How reassuring.
You're welcome. For that and the shortcut.
It's like revisiting the past. Oh, Sid. Let's see if we get any technique points. I doubt it though.
Maybe they're friendly like Torgal. Or maybe they don't.
It's too much. We're too strong.
We still have a way to go.
We earn some ability points. 1164. Too little. Anyway, it's nice seeing Sid again. Anyway, I'll just use the bathroom really quick. I'll just read a few more lore entries, then turn in for the day. But we will be playing Final Fantasy XVI every single day, same time, for the whole weekend. Let's go.
Most knowledge hoarded is knowledge lost. What subject shall we consider today?
Where were we? Lay of the land. Alright. Drake's Fang after the Mother's Fall. A mother crystal that is located in the heart of the Dhalmekian Republic. While it is widely reported to have been destroyed by Sid the Outlaw in the year 878, rumors also abound of orcs, subjects to the kingdoms of Waloed, having been sighted there at the time. Regardless of the cause, the loss of their mother crystal and the dominant upon whom they so heavily relied, soon brought the Dalmex to the negotiating table in a desperate bid for cessation of hostilities with the Empire. The fall of Drixfang. Drixfang, Mother Crystal of the Dalmekian Republic, was destroyed by Sid the Outlaw and his associates in the year 878. Hugo Kupka, dominant of Titan, also disappeared in the attack and is presumed to have died. The loss of their icon led to the Dalmex hastening their withdrawal from the conflict with the Empire that was ongoing at the time. The Men of the Rock, a private army under the command of Hugo Kupka, originally employed to guard Drixfang. The bulk of the force was co-opted by Kupka when he seized control of the Mother Crystal, and has served him and only him since. After Kupka's death, his forces scattered, largely returning to the countryside where many now engage in banditry. The Dalimil Inn, a literal oasis in the Velcroy, a desert in the western part of Dalmekia. Dalimil offers goods, food, and respite to those travelers who endure the long march through sweltering sands. In particular, the hot spring baths, fed from nearby waters, will not only ease the pains of the road, but are also rumored to cure all manner of ills, from boils to buboes, what the heck is that, to the various afflictions to the groin, many of which are like to be contracted at one of Dalimil's many brothels. The Briar's Kiss, Luber's forge in Dalimil. Its name is known across the Republic for the quality of its steel and the skill of its smiths. The Forge Master of the Briar's Kiss is a man of many titles: Forge Master Nonpere, Desert Hare, Ruzena Dalimil, and dear friend and ally of the late Sidolphus Telamon. The Town Guard, the volunteer fighting force assembled and led by Conrad. Unlike the Men of the Rock or the mercenaries previously charged with keeping Dalimil safe, every member of the Guard is a Dalimilian born and bred and has the future of the town at heart. Many of the miners who lost their livelihood when Drixfang fell have found a new purpose in the Guard, swinging swords and axes in places of picks. The League of Merchants, the group responsible for filling and maintaining Dalimil's collective stores, that all might be supported in these troubled times. It draws its membership from the traders of the town and is led by Natalie, overseer of the markets. It was she who recognized that Dalimil's future could not only be secured by forces of arms alone. Only by bringing the entire town together might they summon the strength to drive back the bandits. Lord Underhill, Clive's alter ego, albeit one that is forced upon him by Luber's fondness for theatrics. It is Lord Underhill of the Randala League of Merchants who made it known to Natalie that help from the capital would not be forthcoming, and that the people of Dalimil must work together to fill their own stores. Jill was rather more convinced in the role of Lady Jane of the Red Wings, who planted the idea of forming a town guard in Conrad's mind. Both Conrad and Natalie still address Clive by this name, though in Natalie's case, this would appear to be naught but a courtesy to his dramatic efforts. Boklad, a busy market town situated in the northeastern coast of Dalmekia, where the Strait of Otha drains slowly into the gaping crater of Zemeckis Falls. Also known as the Thousand Tables, its streets throng with merchants from across the realm, each loudly hawking their wares to keen-eyed customers intent on finding a bargain. The gate at the rear of the town leads directly onto the Crystal Road and therefore out of the Republic. As such, it is heavily guarded against unauthorized entry or exit. The Crimson Caravans, the most prestigious portering company in the market town of Boklad, led by the brother and sister team of Theodore and Eloise. For a small fee, they will move anything that needs moving, and if the cargo happens to be bearers recently released from slavery, they may even consider paying it from their own purses. Kashlok, an old abandoned village built on the banks of Surdras Thread in the Dalmekian Republic. Kashlok long served as a depot for crystals ferried up and down the river, but frequent attacks and the slow-moving transports by bandits prompted the Republic to establish new caravan trails for fleet-footed chocobo coursers, essentially rendering the village obsolete. Soon after the final inhabitants departed, wild beasts moved in. However, there is an effort currently underway by Eloise and her Crimson Caravan to rebuild the town and provide it as a safe haven for displaced bearers. Dravozd, a town located in the rugged mountainous mining region of central Dalmekia. It is known for its ironwork, and armor and weaponry forged here has long enjoyed a reputation as the realm's finest. This is in no small part due to the quality of ore the mines produce, as well as the veritable army of local blacksmiths whose skills are said to be unrivaled. The Southwestern Alliance. An entente formed between Dalmekia and the Duchy of Rosaria in the year 850 with the aim of preventing the free cities of Canver from claiming independence from the Republic. While the alliance eventually became a three-way affair when Sunbreck joined, bonds between the Dalmecs and the Rosarians remained particularly strong, with Rosaria sharing the secrets of vital techniques such as irrigation and the free flow of various diplomats between the two nations. That fell apart rather quickly, didn't it? Velcroy Desert, a vast arid wilderness located in the Dalmekian Republic. The further west one travels, the deeper and more forbidding the sands grow, and the more frequent the signs of settlement long since deserted. To the south, water can at least be found, albeit piping hot, a quality which has given rise to Dalimil Inn and the hot springs surrounding it. Despite the forbidding environment, trade ensures a steady flow of traffic north and south, served by various inns along the way. The Jaw, a wild mountainous region of southwestern Dalmekia from which Drake's Fang can be seen looming in the distance. Letny's Cleft, a narrow sandstone valley that cuts through northeastern Dalmekia. At its terminus can be found the vast crater of Zemeckis Falls, upon the lip of which are nestled the bustling markets of Buklad. The Krojit Echoes, a bleak ochre wilderness stretching through central Dalmekia. Its northern half is a veritable warren of claustrophobic canyons and fallen detritus, lacking paved roads or outposts of any kind. In the south, however, the area finally opens up to Risanov Flat, and beyond it, the reclusive community of Tabor. This and the lonely trade route leading to the free cities of Canver provide the region with at least some semblance of civilization. The Kingdom of Waloed, the sole surviving nation in Ash. Waloed has its capital at Stonehir, home to the Mother Crystal of Drake's Spine. It is ruled over by Barnabas Tharm, dominant of Odin and Warden of Darkness, who, it transpires, has formed an alliance with the mysterious being known as Ultima. Drake's Spine, a Mother Crystal situated in Stonehir, capital of the Kingdom of Waloed. Its sheer walls strikingly similar to the towering cliffs that line the coasts of Ash, the interior can only be gained by means of a solitary stone span that stretches from the heart of the city proper. Being the last remaining Mother Crystal on Ash, the crystals harvested from its surface are a vital lifeline for the Walooder people, but even then, their number is far from enough to sate the kingdom's appetite, thus forcing her king to seek sources elsewhere. The Iron Kingdom, an island nation situated off the west coast of Storm, with its capital at Craigloust. In the year 878, its Mother Crystal, Drake's Breath, was destroyed in an attack launched by Sid the Outlaw. The loss of the crystal and of the Patriarch, Chief, the priests who served it, plunged the kingdom into chaos, leaving this monarchy wanting for a leader beyond its politically impotent royalty. Craigloust, I don't know how to pronounce that, the capital city of Heran, or the Iron Kingdom, located on the boiling sea island of Ironholm, several hundred leagues off the western coast of Rosaria. Its name means charred rock in the Herani tongue. Drake's Breath, a Mother Crystal that once commanded the waters between Rosaria and the Iron Kingdom. After centuries of bitter conflict, the Iron Blood took control of the crystal and the island upon which it stood. That is, until the year 878, when the sacred spire was brought crashing down by none other than Sid the Outlaw. The fall of Drake's Breath. The Mother Crystal, Drake's Breath, held by the Iron Kingdom since before the fall of Duchy of Rosaria, was destroyed in the year 878. When its heart was shattered, the ensuing destruction took with it not just Mount Dustranus, but the entire Isle of Ben Lodla. Imran, Patriarch of the Faith known as the Crystalline Orthodoxy, was also killed in the attack. Mount Ristanus, a solitary volcanic isle rising from a brutal and unforgiving sea, known in the Ironblood tongue as Ben Lodlad. It was once a province of Rosaria, but eventually fell to the Crusaders, who consider it both a gateway to the continent of Storm and, more importantly, the wellspring of their faith, the Mother Crystal known as Drake's Breath. The Crystalline Dominion, a once independent state straddling the continents of Storm and Ash. With the incursion of the Holy Empire of Sonbrek in the year 873, its independence was reduced to little more than a pretense. But things changed once again in 878 when Prince Dion Lesage and his dragoons instigated a bloody coup. As imperial institutions fell into disarray, so did the situation in the Dominion and beyond. After 5 years, Sanbrequois dominance in the region ended as quickly as it had begun. Twinside, the former capital of the Crystalline Dominion. After a unilateral maneuver by the Holy Empire of Sanbrak in 873, it became the imperial capital. Drake's Tail, a mother crystal that is located in the Crystalline Dominion. It is one of the only 5 remaining in Valisthea and the largest of its kind. It is lost in the chaos that followed the rebellion spearheaded by Prince Dion Lesage and his Knights Dragoon, but not before undergoing a fantastical transformation heretofore unwitnessed in the entirety of Valisthean history. A literal blossoming of the crystal, its shards peeling away like petals of a snow daisy to reveal the sacred heart within. The fall of Drake's Tail. In 878, an insurgency of Sonbrek's Knights Dragoon, led by Prince Dion Lesage, resulted in the destruction of much of the Crystalline Dominion's capital and the Mother Crystal Drake's Tail along with it after the prince lost control of the icon Bahamut. One curious thing to note is that many who survived the Night of the Chaos claim they witnessed the crystal bloom like a flower before its demise. The Isles of Ark. What? The cluster of tiny islands upon which the Crystalline Dominion stands. They are largely man-made, having been built on top of existing ruins and are arranged with an administrative hub at the center surrounded by the citizens' dwellings, and beyond those, the slums in which various refugees make their homes. The glistening spire at the island's center is home to the Dominion's Mother Crystal. The Non-Aggression Treaty, a pact in which was codified the agreement between nations to refrain from invading the Crystalline Dominion and laying claim to its mother crystal, Drake's Tail. It both cemented the Dominion's position at the center of world politics and placed checks on the ability of key players to exploit that position. But what did they gain from the treaty? The Crystal Road, a protected trade route designed to allow easy access to the Crystalline Dominion for travelers and merchants. An agreement between the nations safeguards the land around it, known as the Crystal Belt, from military encroachment, and as such, it features neither fortresses nor checkpoints. However, in recent years, it has been overrun with refugees fleeing the Blight, an issue that has yet to be satisfactorily resolved. Old Canver, the capital of the Free Cities of Canver, located at the tail end of Titan's Wake in southeast Storm. It is a hive of mercantile activity where one can hardly move for the trade transacted on nigh every cobbled corner. The Canver City Guard, a private military force employed to keep the peace in the Free Cities of Canver. The guard is paid for by the city's merchants and tradespeople and is employed in the absence of an official state army. Its duties mainly consist of patrolling and maintaining order within the city walls. Canver's independence. The Free Cities' bid for independence began in 849, when several prominent Canverian guildmasters announced their desire to secede from the Republic of Dalmekia. After a bitter struggle lasting 8 long years, this independence was finally achieved in 857. The Cast Stones, a band of brigands who set up camp in Letney's Cleft on the outskirts of Boklad, preying on those fleeing the crumbling republic in order to line their own coffers, forcing them to either empty their own pockets or pick the pockets of others on threat of death. The Strait of Aotha, the narrow channel to the north of the Crystalline Dominion that separates the continents of Storm and Ash, with Sonbrek to the west, Walut to the east, and the Dominion to the south. Its shores are never short of soldiers or political tension. The Northern Territories, a bitterly cold corner of Storm's most northerly reaches, the loose collection of nations that sprung up around the region's erstwhile mother crystal, Drake's Eye, were united and pacified by Archduke Elwin Rosfield of Rosaria in the year 854. However, in the years following Rosaria's annexation by the Empire, a combination of both the Blight's inexorable advance and Sonbreck's lack of interest in the territories has only worked to quicken the area's destabilization. The Southern Isles. A nation once based on an archipelago in the seas to the south of Valisthea, it maintained a healthy trading relationship with Dhalmekia and the free cities of Canver, where its medicines, which employed plants found only on its islands, were particularly prized. Unfortunately, the gradual incursion of the Blight destabilized and eventually destroyed this society entirely. Jesus. They probably had a mother crystal, and maybe the dominant of Leviathan was there. Drake's Eye, a mother crystal which stood in the frozen wastes of Northern Storm. Lands now lost to the Blight. Soon after the mother first fell, the tribes of the north, in a bid of desperation, marched south into Rosaria, Shiva's dominant at their fore. A terrible battle ensued in which fire was pitted against ice, but eventually the Phoenix and the Ducal army succeeded in driving back the invaders for a time. Zemeckis, a mother crystal that is believed to have stood in an area in the northeastern part of Dhalmekia. Legends tell that it was destroyed in a battle between men and gods, a battle so ferocious that it left behind the great crater that can be seen today. Which is this, the sins of Zemeckis. An incident told of in myths and legends throughout Valisthea. If the tales are to be believed, mankind drunk with avarice thought to challenge the gods, and in return for his hubris, was met with divine retribution. The enormous crater in Dhalmekia, said to have been the site of the final battle of this great conflict, is surrounded by relics and ruins which would seem to suggest some truth behind the tales. The Gregorian Church, the state religion of the Holy Empire of Sonbreck, whose followers worship the goddess Grigor as the one true deity. At the church's head stands the Holy Emperor, voted into office by his fellow cardinals and supposedly their equal, though this is widely recognized to be a convenient fiction. The followers of Grigor worship dragons as sacred servants of their goddess, and since the founding days of the Empire have both doted and depended upon them. The Bank of Gilbard the Great Lender, a folk religion popular in the free cities of Canver. Gilbard the Golden was a legendary trader who not only introduced the concept of fiat currency to Valisthea, but founded Canver's very first merchants' guild. When that same guild was later entrusted with administering Valisthea's common currency, they chose the name Gil, in honor of their revered founding father. The faith is organized largely along the lines of commercial organization, and prayers tend to be aimed at bringing prosperity and success in business. The Triunity of 859, a tripartite alliance formed in the year 859 between Rosaria, Dhalmekia, and Sonbreck. Its purpose was to oppose the independence of the free cities of Canver due to fears that this might inspire similar independence movements elsewhere in the realm. The alliance was disbanded in 860 in light of the attack on Phoenix Gate and the dispute over Sonbrequois culpability in the affair. 05, welcome in. You believe that cheese is a fruit? Where's this coming from? Why all the random notes? Anyway, we're just winding down the evening right now. We're just going to clear up all these lore entries, and then I'm going to continue tomorrow. But welcome in 05. I love cheese. I love fruit. Give me fruit and cheese. Heart of the Mother Crystal. So these are mysteries of the realm. The bright convolution of shards that sits at the center of each Mother Crystal. When a heart shatters, so too does the mountain around it. Since time immemorial, sanctuaries have been built around the hearts for the worship and protection of these irreplaceable treasures. The hearts, however, have their own methods of self-defense, replying to any attack upon them with unique and deadly magics. Lost Mother Crystals. When Sidolfo's Telemon put his plans to destroy the Mother Crystals in motion, 5 of their number towered over the twins, 3 less than Ultima set in place eons past. The Mother Crystal of Zemeckis was the first to fall, followed by Drake's Horn in Southern Ash and Drake's Eye in the Northern Territories. Now, nothing remains of them save for the scars left behind their passing. You gotta go already? See you next time. See you next time, 05. Great to see you here as always. Enjoy your cheese that is a fruit. Now I'm hungry, man. Sacred chambers in which the hearts of the Mother Crystals are enshrined, believed to have been created before the time of the Fallen. They retain a portentous air even now, long after mankind has forgotten their significance. Since before the Fallen, huh? Crystal. One of the most valuable materials known to mankind thanks to its ability to channel ambient ether from the air, allowing those without an innate power to do so to cast magics. After Ultima cast Primogenesis and the skies over Valisthea darkened, many of the municipal crystals that fired forges and filled wells began to fail. In certain areas, even those ration shards that the people relied on in their everyday lives lost their spark, making life all but unlivable. Oh no. You try to put something to read for you on your favorite channel? Thank you so much, 05. That really means a lot to me. And thank you for sharing all these little snippets of lore. And thank you for sharing our Discord. I keep forgetting to do so. Thank you for doing so in my stead, 05. Take care now. Ethereal tolerance. The ability to resist the effects of ethereal exposure. This is higher in bears and dominants, allowing them to survive concentrations of ether that would turn any human who lacks their gift. Some animals, including chocobos, also have a natural resistance to the effects of ether, but one of the many reasons why the birds are so beloved across the twins. Ether floods. Pools of concentrated ether that form on the land's surface. Yeah, I had a question about these. Thought to be caused by an imbalance in its diffusion beneath. Though ether is usually invisible, at flood level concentrations, it takes on a blue glow. Those with a natural ethereal tolerance can survive exposure to a flood, at least for a short time, but most living things will eventually succumb to its effects, losing their minds and turning akashic. So floods are basically concentrated ether, possibly caused by an imbalance in its diffusion beneath. So Ultima's doing chaos, imbalance in the land, ether floods. Magic barriers. Some dominants have the ability to call upon a part of their icon's power to summon a ward, a nigh impervious barrier that no magic nor matter can cross. However, its maintenance requires a continuous channeling of ether through the summoner's flesh, taking a heavy toll upon them. The larger the barrier, the greater the burden. Priming. The act of a dominant transforming their living flesh into that of their icon. Priming does not require a continual draw on the ether. It is rather maintained by the constant channeling of the vast quantities of ether imbued within the dominant's own body. This allows dominants to remain primed even when they enter the etherless deadlands, but also results in the crystal's curse taking a heavy toll on them with every act of priming. Yep. Brand removal. The painstaking process of slicing away the bearer's brand so that no mark remains. Tarja, the hideaway's physiker, has mastered the procedure, though it still entails a good deal of pain and of risk. Indeed, the brand is written in poison ink that any attempt to remove it should result in death. Given this, many choose to forgo the process, even though their brand precludes them from ever leaving the hideaway. Slave masters. Why do they get an entry? Those who own and manage bearer slaves. A bearer must always obey the orders of his or her master and are largely forbidden from acting independently, even from speaking without express permission. When it is necessary to relinquish supervision of a bearer, such as when dispatching one on an errand, masters will often affix the emblem of their house or business to the slave's clothing, that they are not mistaken for an escapee. Ah, that's how they differentiate bearers, given the universal brand. Airship. Legend has it that the people of the Fallen once sailed through the skies of the bellies of these ships, though all now lie shattered and silent on the surface below. The men and women of the present day are wont to repurpose these ruins for their own uses, both the village of Lostwing and Clive's hideaway in Benumir being built around the wreckage of a fallen airship. Magitech? I've not heard that in a while. A term that appears in early histories of the fallen civilization and describes their highly advanced magical technology, of which the airship is the best known example. They also produced weapons all but indistinguishable from living beings, yet whose destructive power rivaled that of the gods of legend. The early chroniclers labeled these beasts the iconoclasts, and it is from this term that the icons of the present day take their moniker. Magitech, huh? Gil has been the common currency of Valisthea ever since the signing of the Continental Accord many centuries ago. The Accord entrusted the administration of the currency to the realm's most trusted merchant guild, headquartered in what would later become the Free Cities of Canver. The new currency took its name from the founder of said merchant guild, the legendary trader Gilbard the Golden. Trade flourished around the newly established mint, and over time, the worship of money grew into a full-fledged religion, the Great Bank of Gilbard the Lender. Frostwolf, a rare breed of wolf from the frozen northern territories that is said to be able to conjure magics. An ancient fable from the region prominently features a frostwolf by the name of Fenrir, who was companion to the Queen of the Snows, most likely an allusion to the dominant of Shiva, and defended her not with tooth and claw, but with bolts of ice. Ancient Mural, a religious image found across Valisthea, not only in the Pubitary and under Phoenix Gate and in the Comrec near the heart of Drake's Breath, but upon a tapestry in Tabor too. It depicts the 8 icons arranged in adoration of a central figure believed to be Ultima, the god that rules above them all. The Cullings. After being made vicereine of the newly annexed Rosarian territory, the Empress Annabella quietly established a host of loyal Imperial soldiers, the Black Shields, to maintain order. Though branded as keepers of the peace, their true purpose is to carry out what has come to be known as cullings, or brutal massacres of provincial bearers and those who show them sympathy. The killing is swift and indiscriminate, with the shields dispatched serving as judge, jury, and executioner, and the chaos left in their wake is usually enough to deliver entire settlements to ruin. Beasts. Animals whose evolution has been warped by exposure to ether, some gaining the ability to cast magics. Unlike bears, however, they seem to have developed little ethereal tolerance, so it is not uncommon to encounter Akashic beasts in the vicinity of ether floods. Wild beasts are sometimes tamed by humans for use in warfare, the soldiers of Sonbrek having a particular fondness for those descendants of ancient dragons. Echoes. Strange clockwork constructs often encountered in fallen ruins. The question of whether or not they are truly alive is open to debate, as they do not appear to require water, nor do they feed on the flesh of their victims as beasts do, seemingly existing solely to protect their habitat from intruders. Though it is widely assumed they are vestiges of the fallen civilization, some of the structures they preside over, such as the apoditary and the sanctuaries at the heart of the Mother Crystals, seem to predate even that bygone age. In the aftermath of Primogenesis, beneath the blackened skies that followed, they emerged from the ruins at last and can now be seen wandering the entirety of Valisthea. Damn. The Fallen probably trapped Ultima. Astrologer. Members of the Gregorian clergy who divine the future from the movement of the heavens. It has long been custom for the astrologers of the imperial court to share their auguries only with the emperor, granting them significant political influence, provided, that is, that the emperor of the day shares Sylvester's inclination to heed their advice. Orchestrion. A curious clockwork contraption that is able to perform several different musical compositions at the flick of a switch. It is designed and constructed by a young Mid, and Sid labeled it her first true masterpiece of engineering. He hid his own masterpiece inside it, the final part that his daughter would need to complete the calibration of the mithril engines that the two designed together. Mithril engine. The technology designed to propel the Hideaway's flagship, the Enterprise, across the sea at heretofore inconceivable speeds. It is not fueled by magic, but by mithril, a hard, inert substance refined from deadland soil. Inert, that is, unless burned at blistering temperatures, whence it releases all the energy stored within, for which reason cooling is required in the form of a 3-piece thermal displacement stack. Wyvern tail, that's what you call the flower. The elegant white flower that is a symbol of the Holy Empire of Sonbrek. Adamantite, one of the hardest known materials in the Twins. Seems if its ore have only been found in the far-flung reaches of Ash, where the forces of first Veldermark, then Waloed, often warred with the orcs who claimed the lands as their own. Though the metal makes for fine arms and armor, the rarity of both its ore and craftsmen versed in the peculiarities of its forging ensure that adamantite weapons remain the preserve of the rich and powerful. Missives, the second simplest method of long-distance communication used in Valisthea, after whispering one's message to a traveling trader and trusting in the strength of their memory. Though letters are more prone to interception than stolaces, they have the advantage that they can be sent to those one does not know. Their major disadvantage, that the majority of the common folk of the Twins can neither read nor write, limiting their exchange to those of a certain level of education. Efforts are underway to offer such an education to the bearers of the Hideaway, and many are already more confident readers and writers than their former masters. Very nice. Notorious marks. While afield on their expeditionary excursions, the Curse Breakers will oft learn of creatures, or somewhat unsurprisingly, humans, that, for reasons varying from the loss of natural habitat or a lack of food to overexposure to ether, have begun to exhibit uncharacteristically violent behavior. Due to the threat they pose to the realm and her peaceable inhabitants, these terrors are deemed notorious marks and a bounty placed on their heads. And the last page, dear God. Engineering. The technology of the fallen civilization was highly advanced, and though many an archaeologian and engineer has sought to study the workings of the curious contraptions they left behind, little light has yet been shed on their secrets. Engineers of the present day largely learn from each other. Indeed, the knowledge that Mid learned in the University of Canva, she now shares with the children of the Hideaway, that they might one day stand on her shoulders. Botany in the Deadlands. The Deadlands are true to their name, in that no plant nor animal can survive for long in lands swallowed by the blight. At least, that is, without effort and ingenuity. In Sid's Hideaway, Bahumil and Martel found some success in growing crops in Deadland soil, and others continue their legacy in the new Hideaway. Mid's filters, for instance, make the blackened waters of the mere fit for human consumption, and, much to Nigel's relief, irrigation. Valisthea, a culinary pilgrimage. An ancient recipe book that instructs one how to make toothsome fare from the game of the realm, though the outdated tongue in which it is penned makes it difficult to define precisely what beast is being proposed for the pot. It was discovered in the shelves by Ivan as he hunted for inspiration to expand his culinary repertoire. And expand it he did, summoning forth a chances stew, a piquant yet might say putrid ragout of scorpion tails whose flesh was as soft as the silt of the swamps in which they live, and the flavors similarly comparable. The Hideaway's head chef, Molly, was not to be outdone, however, drawing from the pilgrimage's pages a fried mortress of skyworm. The dish, consisting of wyvern livers sautéed with saint's bonnet, was heralded a tour de force among those who tasted it, and now I am hungry. The Saint and the Sectary. A beloved Valestean fable wherein the good knight Socrandal of Camelot, servant of Saint Sybil the Unshod, does battle against the evil warlock Madu. The story was a favorite of the young Clive Rossfield, and he would often act out scenes with his uncle, the young knight naturally taking the role of Socrandal, and his rumbustious Uncle Byron making convincing Madu. I guess Mordred and Arthur. Mythos. And for some reason, people here pronouncing it Mythos or something. I don't know if it's just their accent, or if that's really another way of pronouncing Mythos. The name by which Ultima addresses Clive. It appears to be his title for the vessel for limitless power that he means to make of the young Lord Marquess. The being identifies Clive as the Mythos he has long sought by virtue of his awakening as a dominant of Ifrit and having the power to absorb the ether of other icons. In other words, he is like the Avatar. Vessel, a name that the being known as Ultima gives to Clive. It appears to be synonymous with mythos, or muithos for some reason. Primogenesis. A spell cast by Ultima that cast a roiling pall over all Valisthea. The unbalance in the ether that resulted not only sapped the potency of crystals and magic in those lands that remained livable, but filled the rest not only with his glowing thralls, but with ether floods, turning men and beasts into mindless, merciless Akashic. And thus concludes our current tomes. Until next time, everyone.
The door to the shelves shall ever be open.
Indeed. Gonna save after all that, don't want to have to read everything again. We shall continue A Song of Hope tomorrow/later. Thank you everyone for dropping by and being here. I totally loved our journey, though it is quite a chill day today. We did a bunch of side quests, but thankfully it is all out of the way. And we are going through A Song of Hope.
I know my letters.
We are going to return to the Ironworks, and we are going to save Jill! Finally, after a long detour with absolutely no sense of urgency to saving our childhood friend, we did the unthinkable and did all the side quests in true open world game fashion, though this is not an open world game. Weird pacing for this part of the game, though overall still an amazing journey so far despite all the shortcomings. We are going to finish, as I said, A Song of Hope. The Enterprise is but a final piece from completion. Unfortunately, not even Mid knows what the piece might be, though she hazards her father did. Clive returns to the hideaway to trace the footsteps of a friend, and we've found the contraption whereby we will stabilize the heat diffusion stacks and mithril engines. And we will shoot into the sea and save Jill. For that, we of course must check upon the map of the realms before we depart.
Paul said it was an army of Akashi.
Gonna pause right here. Alright, thank you everyone. I'll see you here for the same time tomorrow/today, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. It's a whole weekend of Final Fantasy XVI, everyone. It doesn't look like we'll be finishing the game. Again, we are doing all the side content. There will be side quests remaining. We do not want to rush it. When is the next Final Fantasy we're gonna get, right? So I want to enjoy every single quest and every single bit of content we can get our hands on. Thank you, Vanua. Thank you for being here. O5, thank you for dropping by. Rafi Graffiti, thank you for bringing in your peoples. And for those who came in Rafi Graffiti's channel, Thank you so much for being here. For those who may be lurking, if you did enjoy this content, it would really help us out if you hit that follow button and check us out on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. It is great to see you all. Members of the FC, though you were here only for a while, good luck with your tournament tomorrow, Lichcast. Thank you for dropping by. Potato Dialogues, Licharts, Dovetailer, and who could I be missing? It's just so great seeing everyone. Izzy, of course. Always great for sharing all your gaming news. And I hope we didn't miss anyone today. So thank you for all those moments. We are done with side quests, so expect some excitement for the main scenario quest as we get into it. First thing, stream on Friday. That's all I got for you today, everyone. I gotta pass out now. Thank you so much, and as always, welcome to the table. Have a great one, and I will see you all over the weekend. Bye-bye.